and affirmative action. Welcome the Honorable Aisha, this committee of Parliament. You have been in this house before, is grounded in the standing orders, the law and the constitution, to vet nominees to cabinet positions by His Excellency the President. And the purpose for your appearance is to engage you to see and ascertain your suitability to discharge the responsibility that you have been nominated to discharge. We will start by inviting the clerk to administer the oath to you. You have a choice depending on your faith, on the Quran, Bible, or affirmation.
I, Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. The membership of this committee is the Speaker of the National Assembly as the chair, Senator Moses Masika Wetangula. I'll invite all other members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
My name is Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County, and also Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Welcome.
Majority.
Mane Shongwa, Member of Parliament, Kikuyu.
My name is Opiyo Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Rahab.
Lehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Kevin Onyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member Tharaka Nithi County.
Mheshimiwa, my name is Kosing David, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North-Imenti, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Naitwa Mheshimiwa Mishi Mboko, mjumbe eneo bunge la Likoni.
Good afternoon, Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, mbunge wa Balambala.
Mary Emase, mbunge wa Teso Kusini.
Steven Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have our clerk represented by Florence. You can introduce your team.
Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director Committee Services, Directorate of Audit, Appropriations and Other Select Committee. With me immediate left is Mr. Michael Karuru, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is the team of officers in the Committee Secretariat.
We also have many young Kenyans from the media in these proceedings. Honorable Aisha, welcome again. This committee will have a 90-minute discourse with you. Through the process, it's good to tell you that it is not an adversarial process, it's an inquisitorial process. Questions will be asked to you. We have agreed with members They have to be concise and precise, and we expect from you equally concise and precise answers. We have encouraged every nominee that even if you ask a question that displeases you, suppress your displeasure and just answer it. And we have also agreed with members that we are not here to engage in altercations that don't add value to what we are doing. We just want to know your suitability to hold the office to which you have been nominated. These are all your colleagues. You have been in this house with them. So fear nothing, and I'm sure they also fear nothing in communicating with you. When questions are asked, they're asked through the chair. And when you answer, you also answer through the chair, to the extent that we don't want you to engage a member unnecessarily, or to feel that a member is being outlandish in dealing with you. Any member asking questions here are questions of the committee, and the answers are answers to the committee, because at the end of the day, the committee will have a verdict on your suitability. So we'll start by asking you a few things. When I finish, I'll invite you to, in less than 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, tell us the story of your life before we start with the questions. Do you have a compliance with tax obligations to the state? That is the KRA tax clearance?
Yes, I do.
You have furnished it with us?
Yes.
Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I do. I submitted.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
I submitted, Mr. Chair.
Certificate of Good Conduct?
It was also submitted.
Have you ever been charged and convicted in a court of law?
I was charged, but not convicted.
Not convicted. Are you a dual citizen holding a Kenyan passport and a passport of another sovereign?
I am a Kenyan citizen by birth.
Kenyan citizens become dual citizens with other countries. Are you a dual citizen?
No.
No, you are not. Very good. What is your net worth? Himaya yako ni pesa ngapi?
I'm worth 100 million.
100 million. Do you have any current or anticipated sources of income?
Perhaps my pension.
From Parliament?
From Parliament.
Thank you. Now we'll open up the conversation by starting with the story of your life. Try and take at least under 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members, for giving me this opportunity to be interviewed for this position of the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender, and Affirmative Action. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to give glory to the Almighty God for favor and grace on me. With profound humility, I thank His Excellency, the President, for nominating me to this office. It is a great honor bestowed on me, the people of Kilifi, and the women of this country at large. Mr. Chairman and honorable members, my name is Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana. I am a mother of 3 young adults, and a very active and strong supporter of my 52 immediate family members in a very diverse capacity. Mr. Chairman, I have walked a journey that has never been a walk in the park for me to be seated before you and these honorable members today. Mr. Chairman, when I contested and lost the 2007 elections for Bahari constituency in the old dispensation, I reflected and took stock. And this is how I made the sacrifice in order to erase the past of ignorance and grace the academic corridors of universities. Mr. Chairman, I went back to school and completed my Kenya certificates of secondary education in 2011. And I proceeded to Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where I got my certificate in county governance in 2012. And this was followed by an executive master's of leadership and governance from the same institution in 2015. And in 2021, I graduated with a bachelor's of leadership and management from International Leadership University here in Nairobi. And currently, Mr. Chairman, I registered at African Nazarene University for Bachelor's of Laws degree. And Mr. Chairman, a common theme amongst my courses is leadership and governance. And I took the view that I must improve myself intellectually and spiritually in order to serve the community better. Mr. Chairman, as I have told you, I have come from very far. I was born and raised in humble settings in a historical fishing village known as Takaungu in Kilifi North constituency in Kilifi County. And my parents were poor. They used to struggle to provide for me.
Boss yourself. We have all walked the same journey, don't worry.
To provide for me and my 27 siblings. So I went to a local school known as Takaungu Primary from 1983 to 1991. And Mr. Chairman, I proceeded to Ganze Secondary School. Regrettably, I had to drop out due to lack of school fees. And Mr. Chairman, I have touched a little bit about my family. And that explains how we used to struggle and the lack of school fees. So, Mr. Chairman, I was at home. There were absolutely no prospects to expand my horizons. So I was just there. And little did I know the sad fate that most of the rural girls face awaited me with open arms: early marriage. So, Mr. Chairman, I got married off. And in that union, I became a mother of my firstborn. Mr. Chairman, I must say that this is one of the practices that must be curbed, because it's very harmful and painful to the girl child, especially those underage. Mr. Chairman, I was not content to be a housewife. So I took a keen interest to matters affect communities, especially the vulnerable in the society, and becoming a vocal voice in youth, in women, and people living with disabilities. So I decided to join active politics to be able to make transformation in society through policy making. And in 1997, I contested and I was elected the first woman in my community. So I served for 5 years and got re-elected due to my stellar records of development.
Elected to what?
To MC, to a councillor. And during my second term, I was elected as the chairperson of Kilifi Town Council. Again, the first woman to head that position, to be in that position. Mr. Chairman, in 2013, I was elected the first woman member for Kilifi in the 11th Parliament and served in various departmental committees of Parliament. And in 2017, I was elected the first woman of a single constituency for Malindi in the 12th Parliament. And also I was in various committees of Parliament and a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission. During my tenure, Mr. Chairman, as the member for Malindi, among other projects, I founded Shomani Girls High School. I am happy because this school was proposed and in the process to be registered a national school. This school has given the girls from humble backgrounds to get quality education, Mr. Chairman. And on the same note, I set aside 10 acres of land under the Aisha Juma Foundation for construction of a rescue center for the victims of gender-based violence and teenage pregnancies. Mr. Chairman, we all aware that Kilifi was hit hard on issues of early pregnancies and gender-based violence. This what triggered me to come up with that project.
1 minute.
And Mr. Chairman, as I have said that I am a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission and also a chairperson of a commission committee on information and public communication. Today, I'm happy to report that with my fellow committee members of the subcommittee and the commission, we have a paperless and digital parliament. So I take credit on that as a transformative agenda that I spearheaded. Mr. Chairman, in my 25 years in public service, I have served my people passionately, diligently, and with utmost regard of the rule of law. Mr. Chairman, I can confidently say that I have the skills, I have the qualifications, I have the experience to excel in the role, if given the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Aisha Juma. That journey has been walked by many, many people in this room. You are not alone.
Thank you.
But now we'll ask you about your suitability to serve in the docket you have been nominated by the President, His Excellency William Ruto. I'll give the first shot to the Deputy Speaker. And like I said, Direct questions, direct answers, so that we can make good progress. As we do so, when you finish, the Secretariat will want to see your original documents. You can arrange to give them thereafter. Okay. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Aisha Jumwa, I first want to congratulate you upon your nomination for position of Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. I was also choking with tears when I heard your story. Every time I hear it, and I've heard it many times. And that's an amazing journey. I want to ask you something that is the story of every woman in Kenya and many women. And it's a question that I have received many text messages from the women of Kenya. As a woman leader, they look up to you and people like me to answer this question. So one is, what will you do? They say, what will Aisha Jumwa do to be able to curb the challenges that women face? One of them is teenage pregnancies. The other one is gender-based violence. The other one is the high rate of dropout of girls in schools because of lack of sanitary towels, something as basic as that. They want to know what special empowerment programs you have for women. And lastly, what will you do about the 2/3 gender rule that has been very elusive in Kenya? Thank you.
Aisha, you note the questions.
Yeah.
We'll be asking you in batches of 4. Then you answer them in that order. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Aisha, we are in receipt of 2 affidavits. I'm sure you're privy to the issues that have been raised there. And one of the issues raised is that you have been charged with the murder of Gumbao Jola during campaigns in 2019 in Malindi. And you had also been charged with the fraudulent misappropriation of about 57 million shillings from NGCDF Malindi. My question is, do you own a gun? And have you ever handled one? That's my first question. The second question, maybe you can appraise us on the status of these cases, and if you are to be found guilty in either of those cases, would you be willing to take responsibility? Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome, Honorable Aisha Jumwa. Mr. Chair, I know I've worked closely with Honorable Aisha Jumwa in ODM for a long time, until the last election when we parted ways, which is normal. But then today I will only perform the task that is entrusted on us as a committee, which is to ask one or two questions. Just for clarification, really, in my view. We have seen your testimonials or academic certificates. I just want you clarify how you are able to get the Executive Master in Business Administration, EMBA, from JKUAT in 2015 before attaining your bachelor's degree in 2021 at this other university, international something. Let me just be sure I'm mentioning what is correct. Yes. African what? International Leadership University. Yes. See, I thought that in academics you graduate from secondary to first degree, probably a second degree, master's, PhD, and so on and so forth. Because I also happen to have earned that same degree from JKUAT some time back. And I remember the condition was that I must present a degree certificate before I could be admitted to that course. Just help us understand that. Okay? Thank you for now. I don't know if Speaker will allow her to answer that. We will allow her to answer that before I can ask a second question.
Just ask your second question. She's noting.
Okay. A second question, Honorable Aisha Juma, is your vision for the public service in the Republic of Kenya. Probably in very few words, if you can help us understand. Thank you.
Those are three. The fourth, Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Chair and Speaker. Now, I would like the nominee, having been nominated to serve in a high public office, and having been also very visible in public in the campaign trail, and having been a leader for a long time, and noting, Chair, that Chapter 6 of the Constitution is very clear about leadership and integrity, read together, of course, with the Public Officer Ethics Act. I want to bring the attention of this committee to one Nancy Baraza, who was Deputy Chief Justice, whose crime at one time in one of the malls was to poke her finger on the nose of a security guard, and that cost her her job. Now, the nominee in question here has been named in several cases. A case to do with murder that occurred in a home of an opponent where she stormed together with her team, a case of misappropriation of NGCDF funds, a civil case by a Mr. Devshi Naran Kambi for fraudulent acquisition of his land, and not to forget numerous verbal altercations, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen publicly. And also noting that this was a nominee of the ODM party to the Parliamentary Service Commission, who went against the wishes of that party for the last 5 years. Are her transgressions any less than that which was committed by Nancy Baraza? And is she willing to be fair and accept the challenges of this leadership and integrity chapter, and maybe step aside from this position?
Aisha, answer those four.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And perhaps I should start with the one for Honorable Lichungwa. Honorable Lichungwa, I don't own a gun, and I have never in my life applied for a gun. The second one is to appraise on the cases, or to inform the committee on the cases that are in court. Mr. Chairman, it is in the public domain that, as I have been saying, these cases were politically motivated, and I still stand strong and saying it again here, that they were politically instigated. And I'm happy because this country is a country of laws. The DPP dropped the case that is touching on the misappropriation of funds for the NGCDF. And on the second issue of the murder case, Mr. Chairman, first I want to empathize with the family. Indeed, there was a loss of life. It was unfortunate. But again, Mr. Chairman, as I have said, I am clear in my mind that I never shot anyone because I don't own a gun. I'm not a gun holder, and I don't know even the names of the guns in this country. The weapons that this country possesses, I don't know the names. So, also there are 3 witnesses that so far have testified in court, and none of these witnesses mentioned my name And again, there was a ballistic report, which is in the public domain, that my name was not in any way mentioned on the same. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to say I am innocent, as the Constitution suggests the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. I still hold on that, Mr. Chairman. And on the issue of my bachelor's, my executive before the bachelor's, Mr. Chairman, this is not a master's degree, but it was a special course that we were given after doing our certificate in county governance. And I think it's a course that is recognized, and that is how I got admitted to do my bachelor's in International Leadership University. That is the much I can say, Mr. Wandai. And you've asked me, Mheshimiwa Wandai, through the chair, to say a little word about the vision to the public service. Mr. Chairman, I want to say that my vision to the ministry and the public service is to make sure that, is to see a public service that is citizen focused and flexible with a national outlook. Mr. Chairman, Mheshimiwa Mbui Robert, I think by answering Mheshimiwa Kimani Chungwa, I have also served your question. Mr. Chairman, I want to now take Madam Sholei's question on early pregnancies, GBV. Madam Sholei and Deputy Speaker, GBV is in many forms, including the early pregnancies. And as a victim, as I have said in my opening speech, this is something that it is an issue that if given the opportunity to head this docket of public service, gender, and affirmative action, I'll be making sure that a program is rolled on matters engaging the communities, and more so the parents and families. Because on the matters of early pregnancies, from my experience, is that these sometimes happen even in our homes with people that we know better, like our uncles and sometimes our dads. So this is something that it needs a robust engagement with the communities, and making sure that an amicable and a long-term solution is offered by the ministry that I'll head. And on the sanitary pads, I want to say that during the signing of the Charter on Women with our President, I want to say that this was broadly mentioned, and our President, through the ministry, fund will be set aside to make sure that sanitary pads are available and girls remain in school. And also, on the two-third gender parity, I'm aware, because we have tried as a nation to making sure that this is realized, but it is not a one-man show. It has to be. I will have to bring together all the ministries and parastatals yes, including Parliament, to making sure that this is realized, Mr. Chairman, because on the appointive, in this line, things are working well, but when it comes to elective positions, there's a challenge. And we have tried, and if given this opportunity, I'll come back to Parliament to actually see already the bills that were proposed. There is Duale Bill 1 and 2, there is Sholei and Chepkonga. So I think bringing this together and new ideas that I will bring forward with partners, I think, Mr. Chairman, this might perhaps give a new life.
Yes, Robert Mbui.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman, for the indulgence. Because these proceedings are live and people heard my question, I would like to just clarify that she didn't really answer my question because she hasn't addressed the matter of PSC, she has not addressed the matter of the civil case on the land matters, and the comparison between her transgressions, minor as they may be, versus Nancy Baraza's. Thank you, Chair.
On the land matter, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that there was an agreement. I was buying a property from Naran, and there was a dispute, and this matter was is in court, and I don't want to discuss the merits and demerits of the matters. So I think I will leave it there, and there's also affidavit that I've also done on the same in matters. My response.
Yes, Jeanette? I thought you had...
no, I wanted to contribute.
You want to...
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll give you, then Owen.
Okay.
On this side, Mary. I thought we agreed in our ground rules that there's no soliciting. Yes, and Mukami.
There's another one. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. There's another one. There's another question from Robert on the verbal utterances. Yeah, I want to tell my brother that I have learned since I was mentioned by my name was mentioned by His Excellency on this docket. I tried to learn some few things from the ministry, and I've learned some their terminologies that I want to share with you, and that I will carry when given the opportunity. There's a word known as dignified silence, and a high level of tolerance, and restraint. So I think that was then. Going forward, I will be behaving like a CS for public service and gender. Dignified silence.
And high level of tolerance.
And high level of tolerance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's take Jeanette, Owen, Emase, and Mukami.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to admit that Aisha Juma Katana is also my friend. We have done politics together, but today we are on another suitability and other things that you've said. So, Chair, the question I wanted to put to the nominee is that, Chair, I know that she has given us her background and her story, and I empathize with her. That is the journey of all of us. Even some of us went through the same journey to where we are. But, Chair, she is now joining the cabinet of the Republic of Kenya. She's not going to that other offices that she talked about. And Chair, the cabinet is one of the highest decision-making organ of the country. For that reason, it has to have the right men and women who can deal with things effectively and properly as required by the law. Chair, if you look at the documents presented by Honorable Aisha to this committee, one of the documents that was required is a certificate of good conduct. Certificate of good conduct. Good conduct. But that certificate of good conduct is saying she has a murder case. I agree with her, some of these cases might be politically instigated. But Chair, now that those matters are before a competent court of law, the court will decide. The courts have brains also. They will say this has no evidence, this was politically instigated, and they will dismiss the case. Don't you think, through the chair, Madam Nominee, that it is good for this country, for the image of this country at the level of the cabinet, for you to stay aside until those cases are determined by the courts, so that after that, when you are clean now, because even the people who have the cases against you, like Ngumba Ujola, what do you think they are feeling today when you are seated here, we are vetting you for a cabinet position, and they have no recourse for the death of their father? And look at the Constitution, Article 73. Authority assigned to state officers is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that demonstrates respect for the people, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office. That's the office of the Cabinet Secretary. And lastly, promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office. Do you think when all these cases are hanging, and I'm not judging you, I'm not saying you're guilty of those cases, but I've told you they are before a competent court of law, and I'm sure the court will decide. Don't you think you will not attract dignity and integrity to the office you want to occupy when those cases are on your neck? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Chair. Aisha Jumwa, you come from a very humble background, a difficult background indeed, but you've beaten a lot of odds because of your strength, and today you are here. You have also been accused about many things, and they still come, those accusations. But even Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto were accused of the same things before they became president and deputy president. So I want you to take courage, but also to ask you, where do you draw your strength such that you're here today after such a long journey? Thank you.
Chair, now that we are in a public vetting, Chair, through you, my colleague has said that President Uhuru and President Ruto, those ones who are going for elective positions when they are those cases. What we are discussing now here is a appointive position.
Chair, through Chair, I want to tell Honorable Junet, it is one and the same. They are serving the same Kenyans.
Your chances will come. Baya, have you finished?
No, I'm still finishing. So my first question is, where do you...
I'll indulge you with one more. Just ask one more.
Yes, so where do you draw your strength, and how would you use your strength in running a ministry if you are appointed, if this committee confirms you? Secondly, you have been a member of parliament, a women MP, including a commissioner. These are very high-profile jobs. What experience do you bring to the public service ministry after serving in all this as you go forward? Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair. It's not my wish to interrupt at this point.
You need clarification.
Yes, yes. Mr. Chair, a while back I asked a question and it was answered, but I just want to bring to your attention. I've just been able to lay my hands on this copy of the degree certificate that was tendered by my friend, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. In fact, this must be clarified, even by the university perhaps, because the degree is very clear that this is Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and this is to certify that Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana, having satisfied all the requirements for the award of the degree of Executive Master of Leadership and Governance, was admitted to the degree at a congregation held at this university on Friday, on that 2015. Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, this is a degree certificate. I am still. I'm on a point of order.
No, he's clarified.
I'm also informing.
Yeah, I just want to be guided,
yes,
Mr. Speaker, because this is a House of Records, and we are dealing with a national issue before live
Honorable
TVs.
members, you have something to say. We agreed on the ground rules. Raise your tag. I will notice you and give you after the Honorable Wandai.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, it requires further clarification, either from the nominee or from the university, whether this is a mere certificate course or an executive master of leadership and governance, which is a degree according to this certification. So that is important.
Certificate from KQ, Kenya Qualifications Authority.
Yes.
There's a certificate from Kenya Qualifications Authority.
It's not enough for you to mumble to your neighbor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this is in the public knowledge. It's in the public domain. What this executive master of whatever it is, given by Jomo Kenyatta, given by Moi University, these actually are not academic certificates. These are sort of honorary to businessmen, to leaders, to people like this. Yes. Because I've also witnessed that, in fact, many people have been given this, not through the academic path, but through some short courses that you enlist, you pay fees for, then you get awarded. So really, we can't make an issue. Even the title itself is crazy. It's executive master. It's not a master's degree in anything. It's something that is decorative in nature.
Let's proceed, gentlemen and ladies, honorable members. At the end of the day, you will have a say on this degree, number one. Number two, is not the foundation upon which he has been nominated to this position. So it's really, if it turns out not to be a genuine degree, it's neither here nor there. We leave it to the agencies that deal with matters of this nature. The very most we can do is ask the quality assurance in education agency to tell us what it is.
Not a requirement.
Like I said, there is no requirement to have a degree to be nominated to be a cabinet minister. That is one. And number two, if the Honorable Aisha brings degrees that are not degrees, the consequences are known. Yes. So, Baya, you're finished. Let's go to the next Emase.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the nominee, I know if we approve you, you will be the substantive minister in the public service. Unemployment is a very serious problem in this country. In fact, we have gotten to a level where questions being asked are, whom do you know where for your daughter or son to secure employment? Actually, it has gotten to a level where even to secure a clerical position in some of these government institutions, you're being asked for some kind of bribe to secure that employment. So, and now the question I want to ask you, there are communities in this country that have been marginalized, like the Teso community where I come from and many other small tribes in this country. So if you do not have a person from that community as a minister, as, I don't know, a CEO, as whatever, it means then that their children would never be employed anywhere. And so poverty will continue. So my question to you, just like I've put it, over the years, recruitment in the public service has been marred by corruption, nepotism, tribalism. The current composition of the public service does not reflect the face of Kenya. What strategies do you have in place, or shall you employ, or what affirmative action are you going to undertake to ensure that equity and equality are seen to be exercised in placements, in recruitment? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations for your nomination, Honorable Aisha. I know we've worked together, and I know the journey was wrong, and I know it's not an easy task. I just want to know from you what the special empowerment programs do you intend to put in place as Cabinet Secretary, and what impact will they have for women?
Can you answer those 4?
Thank you.
Including the one by Wandai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start to maybe give a response to Mheshimiwa Owen Baya on the strength that, or the experience that I have. Mr. Baya, what I can say is that I'm a law-abiding citizen, and now going to this ministry with your approval, Mr. Chairman and members and Parliament. I think the strength that I'll carry is the law, that I will work meticulously guided by the law. So I think that will be one of my strengths. And the other part that you've asked me, that in regards to experience, yes, as I've said, I've been a commissioner of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and we've dealt with so many issues pertaining this institution. And I think there is no big difference in terms of handling matters HR. And I think fairness will be my strength as well in all the departments while handling matters HR. And on Madam Mary Emase on job, on recruitment and job opportunities when arises, I want to say that under Article 232 of the Constitution, when you go down to H, it is H, there's I and G. This says it all, and this is the part that I will always uphold in making sure that, as I have said in my vision, is to making sure that the public service has the national outlook. I know when you look at the public service, generally, you will find that there are some tribes in this country which have dominated public service, yet the small tribes or the marginalized or even the marginalized have no space. But I want to commit that if given the opportunity to be the CS for public service, I'll make sure that Kenya is one, and all the tribes will be seen and will be given opportunity. As you have said properly, Madam Mary, affirmative action policy will be also initiated to making sure that all Kenyans, irrespective of their gender, tribes, religion, are all given equal opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next batch.
On? Yeah. Sorry. On, Mheshimiwa Junet has said that if I can consider resigning, not?
You can't resign from
I can't, yeah, I was to say that I can't resign when I've not been appointed. What have you said?
I never told you to resign.
Through chair, maybe you can come up with the question again, Mheshimiwa Junet.
The next batch.
I had like resign.
Mishi Mbogo. After Mishi, I'll give to Posing. I'll give to Mule. I'll give to young minorities. I'll give to Raso. Yeah? Let's start.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata mimi niseme pia Aisha amekuwa rafiki yangu na pia kufika kiwango kama dada. Na nimemuelewa sana maisha yake, pasi na yeye kuyazungumzia, mimi nimeyashuhudia maisha yake. Lakini hapa leo tuko kikazi kuweza kuangalia uwezo wako katika kubadilisha wizara hii ambayo umetunukiwa, iwapo bunge la kitaifa litaweza kukuidhinisha. Swali langu la kwanza ni kwamba kulibuniwa mambo ya huduma center ama center zile ambazo tunapata huduma ya mambo muhimu sana kimsingi, kama vile stakabadhi ya kitambulisho, stakabadhi ya pasipoti na stakabadhi zingine muhimu sana. Na katika viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza, kuna wengi ambao walikuwa wakipinga sana jambo hili na wakisema ya kwamba jambo hili limekuwa na ufisadi na limekuwa na tetesi nyingi sana. Na hivi sasa wewe umeweza kutunukiwa kupata wizara hii iwapo wabunge watakubali. Je, unaona ya kwamba huduma center ama huduma zile ambazo zinapatikana kupitia huduma center ni muhimu? Na iwapo utafanya mikakati gani ya kuwezesha ya kwamba hizi center ziweze kufika paka kule chini mashinani, ili yule Mkenya ambaye hawezi kwenda katika miji mikuu kuweza kupata huduma kama hizi anaweza kuzipata pale chini mashinani? Hilo ni swala langu la kwanza. Swala la pili, hivi majuzi tumeona na tumepata ripoti ya kwamba wasichana wetu wengi kutoka katika taifa letu la Kenya wameweza kwenda kutafuta uajiri katika nchi za nje, haswa katika bara la Asia na haswa nchi za Uarabuni. Na tumeona wamepata dhulma nyingi, haswa zile ukatili wa kijinsia. Kwa Kiingereza tunasema gender based violence. Na tumeona madhara mingi sana yamefanyika, hata kupoteza maisha yao na wengine pia kupoteza haki zao za kimsingi, ikiwa mishahara na ikiwa pia yale mambo ya kimsingi ambayo mfanyikazi anatakana yapate kutoka kwa mwajiri wake. Tunajua jambo hili linaangaliwa sana katika wizara ya leba na pia katika wizara ya nchi za kigeni, lakini pia katika wizara yako ambayo inaangalia huduma za umma na linaangalia mambo ya kijinsia na mambo ya hatua ya uthibitisho, ile tunasema affirmative action kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Je, wewe utaweka mikakati gani ili tuweze kuona ya kwamba wasichana wetu, kwa sababu ajira hapa Kenya ni chache, wataweza kwenda kutafuta ajira na hawatapata dhulma na haki zao za kimsingi zitaweza kuangaziwa? Kwa sababu mara nyingi tumeongea pale bungeni, tumetoa proposal, tumesema kufanywe hivi, kuwe na mabadiliko, lakini mpaka sasa imekuwa donda sugu. Je, donda hili sugu una mikakati gani, Bi Aisha, ukiwa waziri, iwapo wabunge wataweza kukukubalia na kukuthibitisha pale bungeni, utaweza kuiweka? Asante sana.
Thank you, Mish. I've allowed you to take that long because the two young MPs behind you are thoroughly bamboozled by by your Kiswahili.
Yeah, thank you.
One question each.
Thank you, Chair. I'm being
just go on and.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we are vetting somebody to a very powerful ministry, Ministry of Public Service, which is guided by, among other things, and very important, credibility, values, performance, and I want the nominee chair to clarify to this committee what she got in Form 4. What was her grade in Form 4? Because, Speaker, with the information which the clerk's office gave us, and I want her to confirm later, because I'm trying to, you see, she's going to be the top of public service, where issues of merit are going to be considered, issues of growth are going to be considered. So, Speaker, I'm asking the nominee to clarify what she got in Form 4 in terms of her Form 4 qualification. What's out of order, Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, with your guidance, I suggest that we need to be consistent. The same questions we will ask all other nominees, should be consistent. We were not that detailed, and we're not asking other nominees exactly the grade, what they got. So why should we harass the nominee? Yeah, because she's a woman? No.
Chair, she's a woman. That is why they are harassing her.
Chair.
Order, honorable members. No. I have no doubt that Aisha is not being harassed, and she has the capacity to resist any harassment. What you need to do, Honorable Posing, is if you have a document before you, ask a question on the document.
That's what I'm presenting, Honorable. Yes. And I'm being gagged, Chair, protect me. I'm being gagged.
Yes.
I'm being gagged. Yes. Because what is before us...
Nobody's gagging you.
And
remember...
Honorable Master wants to intimidate me, and I'm really beyond intimidation, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Posing, nobody will intimidate you. I'll protect you.
Yeah.
You just ask a question, let the nominee answer when her time comes.
Yes, exactly.
If you are challenging her academic qualifications,
yes,
go ahead and do so, and she will be able to answer, and the chair will guide, the committee will make a decision.
I'm asking that, Honorable Chair, because that being the top public service is required of this.
The question.
And the clarification which I'm seeking is what she got in Form 4, because the papers before us is that she got a D- in Form 4. And I'm comparing that, Honorable Speaker, with a degree. You know, and I'm asking myself, if you are in Pokot, for example, can you really get a D- and get a degree? What is the road of getting that degree, Honorable Chair? Brings questions. I want the nominee to clarify what she got in Form 4 and the relationship between that one and the degree she has. I thank you.
Information.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Point of information through the chair is that I know people who have gotten, who have joined university, having gotten a very lower mark in KCE. A casing example is Kennedy Odede, who is now on the board of USAID. He was a former street boy, didn't go through high school, but because of the community work he did in Kibra, he went to an Ivy League college, Wesley College in the United States of America.
Point of order,
and
Mr.
so I
Chair.
think it's important that we put that in perspective. Point of information.
Point of order, Chair.
Is that, Honorable Chair, is that to inform who?
Order, Naisula.
Thank you.
Is that to inform who, Speaker?
Thank you.
Hey, Naisula, hold on,
inform me.
Thank you, Chair. You know, by going by your ruling, and I have no doubt in my mind that the Cabinet Secretary nominee is capable.
She will answer her questions. She will not feel intimidated. And all of you who know Aisha, you can't intimidate Aisha.
Exactly.
Aisha just answer questions, and the quality of the answers you leave to us to judge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we need to continue with the...
yes, Posing, you have asked your question. The next is Mule.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to encourage members. We are here to vet nominees. We are not here to defend nominees. Let's maintain our decorum. We will have your time to do your report. This goes to the nominee. Madam Aisha, you know very well you are going to the Public Service Department, which is the largest employee of Kenyans in this country, has a serious, huge bill, and it requires serious reforms, including the unit you'll be heading of gender, whereby I want to hear from you, what proposals do you have for the boy child, how to defend men, and give them opportunities within the government to become equal to the women in this country? Last is your vision for that ministry to resemble what you have just told us, that a citizen-related public service. Thank you.
Well done, Mule. Can we all emulate Mule and ask questions like that? Razo?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Asha, in Kilifi County Council, you were a councillor and you replaced a man, of course, or I believe. And then you became a member of parliament as a women rep, Kilifi. Then you became a member of a single constituency, and I believe you replaced a man. We were with you in 11th and 12th Parliament, and you really advocated for the two-third gender, where women must be given more affirmative action so that many of them will just walk to Parliament. Now, from where you sit, do you still believe in two-third gender, or women must fight for their space? Thank you, Chair.
Aisha, you can now answer from Mishi, from the Honorable Posing, from the Honorable Mule, and from the Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Honorable Posing's question, Mheshimiwa Posing, I thank you for asking me that question. And as I have said that it wasn't easy even for me to score that those marks that you are seeing them there, because I had to take myself to class after dropping in Form 2, struggling as a private candidate. And because I took it to myself as a challenge that I have to be better and serve the community better, or serve the society better. So I think I am not even shy because it is in the public domain, but I think that is not a qualification to judge Aisha Jumwa on sitting in the cabinet. I think the person who nominated me to this position did his due diligence and see that I am fit if given, if approved by Parliament. And, you know, I represent many who today are looking Aisha Jumwa as a role model, that you can have a D or a D minus and get somewhere to the cabinet. You are talking of the real hustler. And I think, Mr. Posing, it's good if you can appreciate me and congratulate me, because...
Honorable Aisha, I told you, no direct communication with members through the chair.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think Posing, and from where he comes from, by the way, from where he comes from, Mr. Chairman, there are challenges. And those girls there, they are looking at him like if you get a D minus, you have no hope in life. That is end of view. I want to encourage those girls from West Pokot that they can get somewhere, looking at me and the effort that I have made to get where I am today. Let them be encouraged and see Mheshimiwa Pokot as an enemy of, Mheshimiwa Posing as an enemy of progress.
Answer the other questions. When the border speaker.
Honorable Posing, let it pass.
Let it pass.
Let it pass.
She should say on a light touch.
It's on a light touch.
On a lighter note.
Okay.
On a lighter note.
Okay.
And I know you are not an enemy of progress.
I'm not.
Yes. Go on, Aisha. You have only answered one out of the four.
I've answered one, yes. Honorable Chair, on Mule's question, that laws are not made for men or women. Laws are laws, and I think all the policies that I will initiate in matters defending a boy child or a girl child, or men or women. I've said, and I want to tell through you, Mr. Chairman, that we will only have a law that cuts across the gender. So I think you should not be worried. Being a woman and a leader, I understand, and a mother, I understand that there's a boy child to be protected and also a girl child as well. So, Mheshimiwa Mule, I think all that will be done in this ministry will be for the good of Kenyans.
What are you going to do about Chair?
Honorable Mule, you're out of order.
Thank you.
Go on, Aisha. If your answer
I still believe in
inadequate, you seek clarification through the chair. Carry on.
Mheshimiwa Raso, through the chair, I still believe and a strong believer of the two-third gender rule as enshrined in the Constitution. And I think there was no single day, if my memories are still fresh, that in Parliament we had a motion to saying that women should be let free to come to Parliament. So I think it is a constitutional requirement, and we will stand firm to making sure that is realized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mishi Mbogo.
Oh, Mheshimiwa Mishi, asante sana. Umeniuliza kuhusu masuala ya huduma. Kwanza nataka niseme ya kwamba ile idea yote ambayo iko nyuma ya huduma centers, na kile ambacho labda nimesikia ukisema Kenya Kwanza walikuwa wanapinga, nikikumbuka vizuri pia wakati huo ni kwamba kilichokuwa kinapingwa ni huduma namba, na mwisho ilidhihirika wazi kutoka kwa koti kwamba huduma namba ilikuwa sio kitu sahihi. Lakini huduma centers ni jambo ambalo kila mtu analiunga mkono, na mimi kama nikipewa nafasi katika wizara hii, leo tunavyozungumza ni kwamba tuko na huduma centers 52 katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na hizi ni centers ambazo ni chache, ikizingatiwa katika manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza ni kwamba ari yetu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunapeleka huduma mashinani kabisa kwa mwananchi. Na kwa sababu hiyo nataka ni kuahidi ya kwamba mimi katika mipangilio ambayo nitakuwa nayo ni kwamba nitakuwa na mikakati ya kukaa na wabunge, kwa sababu huduma center moja kujengwa hadi kufika kiwango cha kupeana services inagharimu zaidi ya takriban milioni 50 na zaidi. Kwa hivyo kama tunaweza kushirikiana pamoja na wabunge through NGCDF, basi wabunge wachukue nafasi ya kujenga hizi huduma centers. Kama vile Mishi, nataka nikupongeze, maana katika pitapite zangu katika ministry, Mishi Mboko umejenga huduma center ambayo inahitaji sasa zile platform na services pale ndani ili wakazi wa Likoni waweze kufanya. Nataka nikupongeze sana, pamoja na Mheshimiwa Nyamai pia amejenga kupitia CDF, na nataka niseme ya kwamba tutakuwa na mazungumzo na wabunge tutakapopata nafasi hii kuhakikisha kwamba NGCDF inajenga na wizara inaleta zile huduma ili wakazi wakaweze kupata huduma mashinani kama ilivyo manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza. Na masuala ya kazi za ugaibuni, hasa sana Middle East, ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, kwanza kwa wazazi na wale familia ambazo zimepoteza wale ndugu zetu ambao wameenda kutafuta greener pasture huko ugaibuni. Ukweli ni kwamba katika mikakati ambayo niko nayo kuhakikisha ya kwamba wasichana wetu tumewaempower na kuwapa kazi, katika manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza nafikiri kuna pesa ambazo zimepangwa katika zile za Hustler Fund, pamoja na programs ambazo tuko nazo katika wizara za uwezo na WEF. Tutahakikisha ya kwamba wasichana wetu wengi tumewaingiza katika kufaidika katika fund hizi ili wakaweze kujiajiri katika nchi yao na kufanya biashara katika nchi yao ili kuweza kupata mapato. Pia vile vile ni lazima kama nafikiri taifa kubuni na tuwe wabunifu wa nafasi za kazi, kwa sababu wale wanaoenda ughaibuni wanaenda kutafuta kazi. So katika mikakati katika serikali ya Mheshimiwa Ruto, nafikiri amezungumza mara nyingi kwamba kazi na ubunifu itakuwa ajenda yake kubwa, ili kuhakikisha kwamba hatupeleki wasichana wetu kule ughaibuni, wasichana ambao hawana skills za kutosha kufanya kazi. Na pia vile vile kupewa mafunzo kwamba unaenda kule na hivi ndivyo inavyotakikana. Pia vile vile cartels, na nimekuja kurealize kwamba katika pite zangu baada ya kutajwa, wanaofanya kazi hizi wengi ni watu wakubwa katika serikali. Kwa hivyo umezungumza katika kuhusu mambo ya cartels. Watu wanaopeleka wasichana wetu ughaibuni ni watu wakubwa katika serikali yetu, na huo ushahidi upo. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kushirikiana na Wizara ya Foreign Affairs na Wizara ya Labor, tutakuwa na mikakati ya kuziangalia tena zile license zao, ili kuangalia katika, unajua kuna mfano mzuri ni wa masuala ya transport. Gari zinapoanguka unaona kampuni inapokonywa leseni, na sisi tunasema ya kwamba zile kampuni ambazo zimepeleka watoto na kuwadump kule, litakuwa jambo letu la kwanza kulizungumzia katika wizara zetu na pia katika cabinet, kuona kwamba iwapo tutapata nafasi kuona ya kwamba leseni zimeangaliwa tena upya. Asante Bwana Mwenyekiti.
Speaker, clarification for my question, please.
Yes, Mole.
Madam Aisha, I still need to hear from you. What will you do to make sure that the huge wage bill within the public service is brought down and streamline the services and make them lean and effective to the service of Kenyans, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that particular issue on the wage bill, Mr. Chairman, this is just, I think, a perception, but the reality is that public service is understaffed, and I have the statistics, and I think encouraging productivity in the ministry or in the public service will actually help us to bring down the wage bill. But again, the issue of wage bill, Mr. Chairman, is that you'll find those working in the public service, in the ministry, in the ministries, are people who are not are not drawing a lot from from salaries and other expenses, but those who are drawing much from the public coffer is the people who are working at the parastatals, and this needs to be harmonized. I think that is what I can say, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Daud Ferdinand Naisola Amisi.
Thank you.
One question each.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mheshimiwa Aisha Juma, it's nice to know that we have got more councillors in this house than before. Mheshimiwa Junet, Mheshimiwa Gikaria, and myself. Even Mheshimiwa Mishi is saying she was a councillor as well. So we've come from far. Mheshimiwa Aisha, the public service, I mean, you've just said that it is understaffed, but I beg to differ. It is known, it is a giant, like a corporation, but it doesn't work because we've got performance contracting. We've heard about it, but if we go to any public office in the country, Mondays, you do not get them. Public officers, most of them, you do not get them. On Monday mornings, they probably come on Monday afternoons. They work on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On Fridays, you hardly get them. So I want to ask you, can they, because there was a time, I remember a long time in public service, where we used to have a 5.5 working day, 5 days and a half on Saturdays where we used to have public service working. Nowadays, it's like as if it's 3 days or less. How are you going to approach that? And performance contracting, is it just on paper, or is there anything really going to be done by you when you go in, because you are a hard worker yourself? You have said it. You've got where you are through hard work. Will you instill the same in the public service? Regarding the gender as well, you have said about the 2/3, yes, you believe in it, but what approaches are you going to have in achieving 2/3 gender principle in all sectors of public and in Parliament? Will you bring a bill to Parliament to pass that we have gender rule is satisfied? Thank you.
Tadango, I'm here.
Oh.
Look this side. I'll talk in English. There are reports that in the whole country, there is a huge reports that actually this teenager pregnancy is so much in the country. And so you see the county government, which of course you have been there before, how are you going to solve this? What, children just dropping out of school at the early age? How are you going to solve that problem?
Thank you.
Ferdinand, well done for being precise and concise. Naisula?
Thank you, Chair. To the nominee, men must take joint responsibility with women for the promotion of gender equality, making contribution to gender equality in their many capacities, including as individuals, members of families, social groups, and communities. And I just want to pick your mind how you're going to bring the men on board, because you know they're the custodian, mostly the gatekeepers of culture, and even on this 2/3 gender rule, most of the time it is seen as a woman affair. How do we bring men on board so that we can walk this journey of inclusivity together?
Missy?
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to assure you I'm always bamboozled by this Swahili every day they speak, Aisha and Mishi. But I want to ask, I see your document. I don't want to bombard you with these education issues so much, but just out of curiosity, I saw on Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, the name is Abdallah Aisha. Then I saw on the case Kenya National Examination, it is Katana Aisha Karisa. Is it a mistake or your name changed? If it changed, do you have a affidavit attached to it? Maybe you can clarify.
Aisha?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the last one from Honorable Caleb Hamis. Yes, I converted to a Christian, and I'm Aisha. Aisha is a Muslim name. I was a Muslim. My name was Aisha Abdallah. Yeah, when I was at the yeah, I just know I converted, and now I'm a Christian, a strong believer. Yes, and I don't have an affidavit on that. I converted. It's about faith. So I'm Aisha. I'm a Muslim by name, a Christian by faith. Yes, on early pregnancies, Mheshimiwa, your name? Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi. Yes, it is really an issue, because going by the statistics, is that 20% of all pregnancies in this country is teenage pregnancies. And I think it has reached a time, as what Mheshimiwa Laisuda has said, that we engage more to the users. We engage more to the users because these are the best people to know that yes, it is good to have it, but when you have it at the right time, it's sweeter than have it before time. So I think engagement will be of. Huh?
Just ignore them. Address the chair.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Ferdinand, you are out of order. What are you gesturing at the nominee?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are making the ladies feel like you are bullying the lady. Let's just give her time and the decorum that we accorded all other nominees who appeared before us.
Perhaps it's because I was their colleague. Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I was responding to Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi, I was saying that engagement on the community, at the community level, families, and our work spaces will be on men more than the girls, because these are the users, Mr. Chairman. And I was telling Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi that it is good to make sure that these men are educated to making sure that are also helping us to discuss these matters freely during family meetings and always perhaps in church, to making sure that the girl child is protected and getting into all these issues at the right time. And I want to say that I will make sure, if given the opportunity, that I will not be a person and always in office, but always on the ground. So I'll lead it myself from the front to making sure that things are happening.
Have you answered Naisula and Amisi?
Yes.
You have. Yes.
I wanted to seek clarification on the issue of this wealth, the net wealth, your worth. You said 100 million, but you don't give us details of what the 100 million. No, you have been a member of parliament for 2 terms. Mortgage alone is 40 million. I can help you. Car grant was 50 million. So what is give us, the 100 million is for what and which land, which thing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for Mheshimiwa Junet, yes, I was a member for parliament for 2 terms. And whatever I was getting, I think it was for my consumption. And
what he's asking is not an unfair question. You are worth 100.
Yes.
A plot, 10 million, a house, 30 million, something else, 20 million.
I was coming to that.
So if you have that tabulation, that's what he's asking.
Okay.
And it's
so
not an unfair
I worth 100 million. I have a house in Malindi and in Nairobi. Those 2 combined, 85 million, and the rest are side hustles. I'm a hustler.
Yeah, I know, but what is the side hustle you're doing?
There might be so many things, Madam Junet. Side hustles, I mean.
No, you see, Madam CS nominee, the figure that you have given is on record.
Yes.
We have shared with the committee. You have attached it to your documents. So it is good for you to clarify that the house in Malindi and the one in Nairobi are 85. The other 15 is what? Is it a motorcycle? Because hustlers use motorcycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have a car too, and the rest was my salaries, which I stopped earning on September.
What you'll do, Aisha, is if your tabulation is not complete, you will complete it and forward to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr.
The value
Chairman.
of your house in Nairobi, the house in Malindi, the motorcycle, the car, and whatever else that you have, you can put them together. Let's take the last batch.
Chair, but having known each other for long, will I be in order to tell her that I know maybe she has forgotten? The figure might be higher than that. We have known each other for.
You know, Honorable Junet, if you want to declare interest, there is a proper way of doing so. For Gikaria, who has not had an opportunity to ask any question to the nominee.
Asante mwenyekiti. Unajua mwenyekiti, tulipoanza maneno haya ilikuwa ni maneno ambayo ilikuwa tunafikiria ni mambo makubwa sana. Lakini kutokana na historia ambayo nimesikia kutoka kwa dada yangu, inaanza kunipatia picture nyingine ambaye kule nje watu wanatazama kwa runinga, wanasikiza kwa redio na wanaanza kuangalia Kenya kwa njia tofauti. Sio mambo tu ya kuja hapa na kusema vile mambo yake makubwa. Historia ya mtu inaanza kupatia wale wako kule chini. Na nasema hivi kwa sababu mwenyekiti, watoto wengi wamejiua kwa sababu ya wazazi kuwagombanisha kutokana na pengine matokeo ya shule ama mambo mengine ama yale mengine. Pengine dada yangu Aisha Jumwa, ni encouragement gani unaweza patia wale watoto ambaye wanakutazama sasa, pengine wanatusikiza, ama wazazi wale wazazi ambaye hayo mazoea ya kupenda kugombanisha watoto wao kwa sababu ya vitu, pengine hata mtoto anataka kucheza mpira lakini unakuta swali ni kwamba ni nini watu wanaweza wale watu wako pale nje nini wanaweza kujifunza kutoka kwako?
What is out of order?
Chair, I was not intending to interrupt my colleague, but Chair, the nominee that is before us here through you has just come here purely for vetting purposes. We have not come here to seek any advice from her, any opinion from her, and anything that is... she's not a motivational speaker.
Can you respond to Gikaria's comment?
Asante sana, Mr. Chairman. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Gikaria. Nataka kusema ya kwamba niliyopitia mimi yanapitiwa na watu wengi. Na nitakapopata nafasi hii, kwa sababu nikiwa mjumbe tayari nimeshasema ya kwamba kuna yale mambo ambayo nimeshayafanya ili kuhakikisha kwamba mtoto wa kisichana hapotezi dira ama ndoto yake, ila ana mtu wa kuweza kumshika mkono na kuhakikisha ya kwamba maisha yake yanaendelea na ndoto yake inatimia kama alivyotarajia. Nikisema hivyo ni kwamba katika manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza, nafikiri kuna kipengele kizima cha kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ina mpango na mikakati ya kurudisha mtoto wa shule, mtoto wa ambaye alitoka katika masomo kwa njia moja ama nyingine, kuhakikisha kwamba masomo yake yamefadhiliwa na amerudi shule na ndoto yake imetimia. Kwa hivyo katika mipango na manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza, hiyo mipango iko, na sisi mimi nitakapopata nafasi kama mmoja katika wizara na sheria inavyosema kwamba sisi pia ni wasaidizi wa rais kama mawaziri, basi mikakati hiyo mimi nitaivalia njuga kuhakikisha kwamba wasichana wengi wamepata fursa ya kufika kama mahali mimi nilipofika na hata zaidi ya mimi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Aisha. Wacha mimi pia nikuulize swali moja au mbili. Mimi nakubaliana na harakati za kuinua nafasi ya mtoto msichana. Mimi ni baba wa watoto wasichana na watoto wavulana, na nazingatia umuhimu ya wale watoto kuwa treated sawa sawa. Lakini mara mingi nikienda huko nje, hasa hata kwa kanisa langu, ukienda kwa shule, wakati huu ni kama mtoto mvulana amesahauliwa. Ukienda kwa kanisa langu la Katoliki, wale watoto wanaoimbia waumini, utaona kama watoto ni 20, kama 16, 17 ni wasichana wachangamuvu. Kuna vijana 2 au 3 wanyonge, wanaonekana hawana furaha. Na hii naendelea kila mahali. Hata ukienda kwa shule, walimu wakileta watoto mbele kuchezea wageni, wanatangulisha wasichana. Vijana wanawekwa kando, wanaonekana wamevaa vibaya, ni wanyonge. Na hii jambo linaendelea pia kutatanisha, kwa sababu tukimuinua msichana tusimteremshe mvulana. Nataka tuwe na maisha ambayo watoto wetu wanaenda sambamba katika kila njia ya kimasomo, ya kifamilia, na kwa kila njia ambayo tunawatreat watoto wetu. Wewe katika nafasi yako utazingatia harakati zipi za kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunapomuinua mtoto msichana hatumfinyilii mvulana ili aendelee kuwa mnyonge mbele ya msichana?
Asante.
Yeah, you have never asked in Swahili before. You never asked in Swahili your questions. I don't know why today.
Kiswahili and English are both official languages.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti. Mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba ulivyosema ni kweli. Labda by nature msichana anaonekana kuwa mtoto mdhaifu, na ndio maana labda katika kumulikwa sana anamulikwa mtoto msichana. Lakini ni kweli saa hizi kuna statistics, ni Kiswahili zinasemaje? Takwimu. Takwimu zinaonesha ya kwamba ni kweli mtoto wa kivulana ameanza kuwa mdhaifu mbele ya mtoto wa kike. Na mimi kama nikipata nafasi hii kama waziri wa jinsia na mambo ya affirmative action, ndio kusemaje Kiswahili? Nitahakikisha ya kwamba sheria zote tutakazotengeneza ama policies tutakazo kuweka zitalinda mtoto wa kisichana na mtoto wa kivulana. Wote watapata haki sawa mbele ya sheria. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme Mwenyekiti, Wizara ya Utumishi wa Umma na masuala ya kijinsia itakuwa imepata mama ambaye pia katika njia moja ama nyingine ni mlezi. Kwa hivyo mtoto wa kiume atapata haki yake kila wakati kulingana na mujibu wa sheria. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha. Mary Mase.
Mary
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask one question to the nominee. It's been asked by one of my constituents. If you are successful nominee for public service, there are ladies who are discriminated against, especially in the private sector. When they go for maternity leave, when the time to resume, they are sacked. That becomes the end of their jobs. They are asking, what are you going to do to protect them, the ladies? Some are even discriminated when it comes to recruitment. The boy child is preferred. They get those positions as opposed to the ladies. So how are you going to protect them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I have just put it, you've had the Honorable Chairman saying that there is discrimination, that is the boy child is not given a lot of attention. And again, Mary, as well, you are saying the girl child. So as I've said, we only, laws are made for, not for, laws should not be applied selectively, but to serve all parties. So I think, Mheshimiwa Mary Emase, on your question on people who are being discriminated on public, on private sectors, still, I think it's a matter of the law to be enforced. And I want to commit, if given the opportunity, that will be looked into. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Aisha, your time is up now. We want to give you 3 minutes, dakika tatu, to tell us your wish and your desire from this committee. Following the engagement that you have had with the honorable members, sasa wakati ni wako. You can speak in English, you can speak in Swahili. 3 minutes.
Asante sana mwenyekiti. Mimi nataka niseme na washukuru nyote kwa kunipa nafasi hii kukaa mbele yenu kwa ajili ya majadiliano haya ambayo tumekuwa nayo. Nataka ni ahidi na nataka niombe ya kwamba nilivyo mbele yenu munifikirie na munipe nafasi hii ya kuwatumikia Wakenya katika wizara ya mambo ya utumishi wa umma, jinsia and affirmative action. Mtakapo nifikiria na kunipa nafasi hii, nitarudi tena bungeni kwa sababu ni lazima nifanye kazi na nyinyi kwa karibu sana ili tuweze kuwa na sheria ambazo zitaweza kuwafaa Wakenya, hasa sana kutoka wizara nitakayokuwa nimesimamia. Asanteni sana na naomba ombi langu lifikiriwe.
As we release you, remember to give your documents to the Secretariat through the clerk. Sergeant at Arms, you can usher out the nominee and bring in the Honorable Moses Kuria. Yes.
The original.
Is it David Chirichiri first? Sorry.
Kuna copies. This is copies. This is original.
Sergeant, it is David's Chirichiri before Moses Kuria. Yes.
You get a card, you get a card, and you get a card.
For starters, how about a debit card that's linked to your bank account on a great mobile banking app or *522#? You can enjoy a free and secure way to pay and also avoid the hassle of cash withdrawals. And even better, if your card has this symbol, you can just tap and go. And our debit and credit cards are new Simba points that you can redeem for cash, bill payments, travel, and airtime. Visit your nearest KCB branch today to find out more and apply for your card.
Get peace of mind and protect the ones you love with the power of Dettol Bar Soap. It cleans and protects from up to 100 illness-causing germs. So no matter what type of mum you are, trust Dettol.
10 years between the year 1993 to the year 2003. I left telecom briefly as change manager chairman. I handled the liberalization and the opening up of the telecom market.
Mr. Churchill, the Hansard reporters say try to move closer to the mic. But you can raise it, can't you?
As general manager, Mr. Speaker, in telecom...
Just hold on. Is that any better? Okay.
As general manager in Telecom Kenya chairman, at the advent of the world liberalization in telecommunications, I participated and worked closely with the management in government to draft legislations, having done a lot of work on the legislative changes that were happening worldwide because of the changes in telecommunication, and basically got the communication authority legislation at that time that became the regulator, and got Telecom Kenya to operate under the Companies Act, while Postal Corporation did operate, of course, under the Postal Corporation of Kenya Act. It is then that we're able to license and give, because up to then, telecommunication or postal service was a monopoly and a preserve of the government under the then Act. I think it was Cap 411 of the laws of Kenya, now repealed. And that's when we then brought in Safaricom, Celtel at that time, that have revolutionized the way we do business in this country and given us an edge over other African countries, because I think the legislation was properly done. I say so because just a few weeks ago, our neighbors like Ethiopia are only giving out a second mobile telecoms license, giving out an M-Pesa license to facilitate movement of cash and bankability of the unbanked people in the local communities. In 2007, I was out of telecom or out of public sector for a while, and I joined and spent more time in managing family business. In my documentation, I've also shown that we run a business called Bon Voyage Limited, which is a telecommunication company that supports Safaricom in a number of areas. And so I ran that company until 2007, when after the challenges of elections of 2007, I applied, because of the challenges we all faced in 2007, to really be part of the solution in reforming the electoral process in Kenya. I was taken in as a commissioner in the Interim Electoral Commission, where I served as a commissioner, and looking at the reform requirements to institutionalize good practices in elections as recommended by the people who came to assist us, including Joan Krigler, a judge, a renowned judge from South Africa. I was able to work there for 3 years, and we then established some of the great solutions we use today to manage our elections in this country. Upon the expiry of the term of the Interim Electoral Commission, I was sourced by one political party, then United Republican Party, to be the Secretary General, where I worked in that party, and having formed a coalition with the then TNA party, we were able to form government, and I was appointed as Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum. I served in that office for 2.5 years, and Speaker, sir, in the excellent State of the Nation address of Thursday, 26th March, 2015, my name was among the 175 names that were tabled in Parliament on allegations that I was not aware of, and I wrote to the President as he had basically requested those who had been mentioned to step aside. So I wrote to step aside, to allow investigations to take place in line with Chapter 6 and the other clauses requiring integrity of an office such as the one I hold. In one paragraph, I did say, Chairman, in a public office, one must be worthy of the trust of those who place their trust on them. Accountability and integrity is of paramount importance in the public office, particularly the office such as the one I hold, and you have graciously appointed to, I've been graciously appointed to, and which I hold in trust of the citizens of Kenya. I therefore, Chairman, step aside to allow for investigations to be carried, and upon conclusion, the specific issue here that was of concern was what was eventually coined as the Chicken Gate scandal, which was a collision or a claim of a collision between the commission at that time, the staff of the commission, and maybe the commissioners, to get kickbacks to award a contract for printing of ballot papers to a company called Smith and Hussman of the UK. I think I should state at this point that the investigations were completed, and I did manage to get documentation to prove that those who were found culpable were charged, and I was not one of them, Mr. Chairman. In 2007, because of my performance in every area of my works, I was still sourced to support Jubilee Party, and I was eventually the presidential chief agent in managing the elections of 2007, and Jubilee emerged the winner of that election. I would want to claim that because of really the fact that 07 or 2017? 2017, sorry, Chairman, 2017. And we did emerge winners in that election. And after that, I still continued to run the businesses I ran until 2022, when I was appointed to be the chief of staff in the office of the then Deputy President, now His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. That is the long and the short story of Chirchir. I've worked with most members of parliament in my small stint of a bit of political life, and therefore most of the members I see in the House are not new to me. And thank you, Speaker.
Chair, I'll now open the forum to members to ask you questions. They could be followed by one or two clarifications where necessary. But like I said, decorum of the highest level is expected. And I'll start with the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Davis Chirchir, first I want to congratulate you for your nomination for appointment as Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum. I think through the Chair and Honorable Chair, I would like to make a declaration of interest under Order 90 of having known Davis Chirchir personally. I've worked with him at the Electoral Commission. I've worked with him also in the political formation of Kenya Kwanza, and as agents of the presidential candidate then. But I want to confirm that in no way, Honorable Chairperson, will my personal knowledge of him affect my judgment or will make me get engaged in any bias as we go through this vetting process. And with that, let's seek your permission to proceed to ask the question. Okay. Mr. Davis Chirchir, I want to ask you questions that Kenyans are asking. That's what I've been doing throughout this process, things that matter to Kenyans. Kenyans are asking, the cost of electricity is one of the highest in the region, and this affects the cost of production, hence the cost of many of the basic commodities that are required by wananchi. It's also said that the high cost of electricity is because of the loop-sided contracts between KPLC and independent power producers. Yet, despite the fact that Kenya is endowed with wind, solar, and geothermal renewable energy resources, so the question Kenyans will want to hear from you is what steps will you take should you be approved as Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum to ensure that you mitigate and deal with these challenges that are facing Kenyans? Thank you.
Davis, you'll have to hold. We'll do batches of 4 questions. Then you come to answer all of them together. So you can indicate as we go along. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Davis, you've alluded to the so-called chicken gate scandal that made you step aside in the year, was it 2015? Or 2014, thereabout, and investigations that followed. Would you be privy to the outcome of those investigations? What became of those investigations now that you are not reappointed to cabinet in 2017, as much as it was the prerogative of Uhuru Kenyatta to appoint or not to appoint you, but you went ahead to be appointed as Chief of Staff in the office of the Deputy President this year? Is that to mean nothing came of the investigations, or what was the issue? Two, if you are approved, and you had begun some very good work with the Last Mile program, the first term of the Jubilee administration. But as the Honorable Sholai says, Kenyans are really concerned on the performance today of our power generation, the power transmission companies, especially KPLC. Hundreds of thousands of Kenyans today are connected to power. Some consuming that power and not paying for it because KPLC is unable to provide them with meters. Many others have applied for a connection of power, but they cannot get connected, again on the excuse that there are no meters, and contractors have dropped lines into their houses. They have not gotten the lines into the KPLC system. What would you do immediately get into office to fix some of those systemic problems that are there at KPLC to make both connection, transmission connection, and billing of power in this country a little bit more efficient? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chirchir, unlike some of my colleagues, personally I haven't had a chance to interact with you or to work with you previously. This could be the first engagement I'm having with you on a close range. That notwithstanding, of course, there are certain things which are not adding up. And why do I say so? Just to pick from where Honorable Chunga has left, you've indicated that you stepped aside, or you are forced to step aside. Because I was in the House then, 2015, when the President came to Parliament and read the names of those who had fallen short of the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. And therefore, you are forced by circumstances to step aside. And you say investigations were conducted. I'm not sure if you are aware when they were concluded. But that notwithstanding, from your own submission, you said that you then participated actively in the campaigns of 2017, and your coalition won. Isn't it curious, then, that from 2015 to 2022, you are essentially out of public service, and yet your coalition won in 2017? And the President, of course, is the appointing authority. He could have the reasons why he didn't appoint you. But I'm sure you could have been curious enough to find out from the President or whoever it was why you are not featuring among the appointees, having worked so hard to deliver the victory, and also having been cleared, if at all you are cleared by the investigations. But secondly, until you came, of course, on board much later in 2022 as a chief of staff in the office of the Deputy President, at the tail end of the term of the government. That is very curious. Two is, I'm sure you are aware, because it's in public domain, that executives of Smith and Usman were eventually tried, convicted, and indeed jailed in the UK. Two of them, a man and his son, for having bribed the interim electoral commission officials with 50 million Kenya shillings. So the bribers were convicted and jailed. So those who were bribed have to date remained scot-free, if you may ask me. And to Kenyans, of course, you are one of the suspects, because it was in public domain. So you may need to update us as a committee, what you could be knowing as far as the outcome of these investigations are concerned, and if at all any action has been taken against any person that was involved in this scandal on the Kenyan side. Because as Honorable Nyet said earlier on, the requirements of the Constitution at Chapter 6 are so stringent, yes, that any slight indication, any slight suspicion that you are not having a proper integrity could bring also question marks in Kenyans' minds. So kindly help us understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, mine is brief. I wanted to ask the nominee that if you look, even though you are out of office by then, but the last 5 years, the places where there have been many cases relating to corruption, even though now we can tell them they are politically instigated, but let's say politically instigated corruption, let me use it for the good of it, that word, were majorly in the energy sector. If you look at Kenya Power, if you look at Kenya Pipeline, if you look at this, what is your view? Because that must be the thing that is making the cost of living, that must be the thing that is making the cost of electricity very high in this country. What do you think you'll do differently? Because you left office in 2015, then another CS came in. He looked like he continued with a trend that could have made the cost of electricity and the cost of energy very high in this country. What is your view? Is there corruption in the energy sector, or it is as clean as snow, and all those cases were politically instigated?
Davis, you can answer those four.
Thank you, Chairman, and for those four questions, I'll run through them, starting with the Mheshimiwa Gladys Shole, on the cost of electricity and whether the contracts are lopsided. Having served as CS Energy and Petroleum, I can say with some level of authority, I understand the sector and the challenges which basically afflict this particular industry. Electricity in Kenya is predominantly generated from hydro, about 30%, running down Kindaruma all the way to Kitaru, the cascaded water dams out there, the Tana Delta. And that's about 30%. We've since developed geothermal, and glad for the House or the members of this committee to know that geothermal, Kenya is quite a significant player in the geothermal industry. Whereas we have about another 800 megawatts of geothermal, we are actually the 6th largest geothermal user worldwide because of the technology and the knowledge, the support of government and parliament in investing in geothermal development. We then have today quite a bit of wind coming out of Loengalani and solar from Garissa and the small solars all over the place, totaling to about 3,000 megawatts. The challenge that maybe what I've not mentioned is the heavy fuel generators, which also amounts to about 600 megawatts, which were brought in to mitigate the challenge of drought sometimes in the 90s. They were basically meant, they are quick to deploy, and so when you have a problem, you bring in an Agreco, it comes in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It is meant to mitigate a drought challenge, but they've become a permanent feature in the generation of power to our grid. Diesel generation is very expensive. If you look at, I think I tried to tabulate somewhere, from hydro today, we generate power and put it on the grid at about between 3 to 4 cents US. Geothermal is at about 7 cents US, and so is solar. The earlier signed solar were at about 12 cents. But since then, the devices have really come down, and the price of solar today, we could even get it for 5 cents US, 6 cents US, and so on and so forth. To compare with the thermal generators, we are talking about 20, 22, 23 cents US. It is 4 or 5 times as expensive, but they have since become feature of our generation matrix, and they dispatch almost on full time because of the challenges of global warming and weather. When the water is low, you have to supplement using the diesel generators. There is something called intermittency in solar, in the green energy, solar or wind. There is so much wind at night, and there isn't much during the day. So we have so much power at night when we don't need power, and during the day, there is solar, and we are able to use it because it's available during the days when our industries are running. But at night, the power is absolutely not there. So when you look at the effective matrix, what you will call energy matrix, and though we are at 3,000, you could actually say if the intermittent power was not there, in solar, in wind, the diesel generators become a permanent feature that must dispatch for us to run our economy. So whereas other economies like Ethiopia are running their energy to power their factories at 4 cents US, 5 cents US on solar, and so on and so forth, we are running our energy supply to our industries at 22, 23 cents US. When you load the cost of transmission, which is more on the Kenya Power side, O&M, and the challenges of what you would call customer challenges and the weak network, you are talking about running our economy sometimes at up to 30 cents US, which is not really sustainable. We cannot, so we must then go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, even with the 3,000 megawatts today, and Kenya Power or the technical people will tell you the peak time consumption today is at about 2,100 megawatts. You basically are saying if 2,100 megawatts is being deployed to the grid at night when there is no solar, then you must support the grid with diesel generation, which is meant to be really used to support the power shortage, and more particularly peaking. There's something called peaking during around 7 o'clock when we all switch on our powers in our homes and industries are still running. The requirement suddenly goes up, and you need these diesel generators to peak and basically support the grid. So there's a challenge that we must then all go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, how are we going to fix this challenge? And it is not something that you fix overnight, because power generation is something that if we start today giving out a license through a PPA, by the time we dispatch power out of that project, it will probably be 4 or 5 years. So there are no quick fixes. We must do proper planning. We must get the correct power mix and ensure that we feed our power to the grid at the right cost. leave the diesel generators to support peaking and for emergency use only. But to almost have them as a permanent feature is really something that cannot be sustained, and it is killing our industries, it is killing our economy. It's a big challenge. It's also not good for the environment because we are burning fossil fuel, and in terms of the emission, carbon emission, and the ratification we've made in terms of reducing the global warming to, I think it was first in Paris, and then Glasgow, and now Egypt next month, we must reduce the use of fossil fuel. So whereas it's a very expensive form of energy, and it's closing our industry, it's also causing serious environmental challenge that you members may be aware that even the current drought that has caused us to lose over 3 million animals in most of the semi-arid and semi-arid part of the country is part of this global warming. So really, we need to sit down and address the concern of the cost of electricity. We need to generate more from geothermal, where we have a lot of resource. We are told we have up to 10,000 megawatts. And I think we are experts today in development of geothermal, given the fact that KenGen personnel are currently assisting Ethiopia to develop geothermal. When we are buying 400 megawatts from Ethiopia, we should possibly be spending that resource to develop our own resource. So, Chairman, we'll need to sit down with the technical people at the energy bodies, KenGen, GDC, and really retrace where we've gone wrong, relook at how to improve on the matrix, power matrix, reliability of a transmission network so that we don't have this intermittency of power dropping and messing up equipment in industry. We must look at the cost structure of the power that we supply to the users, because it's one thing also to generate and load so much cost because of our inefficiencies in the way we work in Kenya Power, in REA, or GDC for that matter. So there's work to be done, Chairman, on the challenge of cost of electricity. And then to basically summarize on the cost of electricity, as a student, I didn't mention that I did a master's in international management. And in strategic management, in one course, you get the global farms. Global farms are farms who manufacture out of their home countries because of the advantages they draw from cost of manufacturing. Out of UK today, cost of labor is so expensive. Japan, cost is expensive. Germany, the cost of doing everything is expensive. So they relocate to places like China, Ethiopia, Kenya, because of the cost of doing business. If then our cost of doing business starting from power or human resource is high, we miss that opportunity. Global firms look for least cost countries, countries who offer competitive advantage through power. That's why we are doing the SEZs and so on and so forth. So it's one thing that we must address quickly and put Kenya where it belongs in the state of nations. So those are some of the steps we need to look at. I think it's teamwork. We need to bring everybody on the table. One question which I asked myself when I was nominated for this position is really, how do I navigate this challenge? And more particularly, the fact that everybody, Chair, in the energy sector, when you see the mission and vision, the mission particularly of all these organizations, Geothermal Developing Company, KenGen, Kenya Power, they talk about competitive price power. But do we really mean, do we understand? Are we competitive? Competitive against who? When we are a monopoly. We should be competitive against the world prices of delivering power to the grid to be able to attract some of these global firms. So, Chair, I am up to the task. I'm aware of the challenge, and we need to address it to basically put Kenya where it ought to be. Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah, Anthony, am I privy to the outcome of the investigation on Chicken Gate? For a long time, I assumed that the file had been closed. and I was correct, but I didn't have any documentation until when I was invited for vetting, and there was one affidavit done by the CEO for the Transparency International. She's called, I think I have the document here. She's Sheila Masinde. And Sheila Masinde did an affidavit, and basically the clerk to the National Assembly, Sarah Kioko, called me, and I picked a copy of it. And I learned that my name had been mentioned in respect to Chicken Gate. I went to my lawyer and asked them to confirm whether the file had been closed, because investigations had been, in my own understanding, had been finished. Those who were found culpable had been taken to court and charged. And I've got a letter done to the clerk of the National Assembly, which is basically absolving me of any liability in terms of those who were found culpable. And I do expect that the clerk should have put that in the file, Mr. Chairman, to clarify and close this issue once for all. So I've done also a sworn affidavit to confirm and respond to the affidavit of Sheila Masinde to that extent. So that, whereas I assumed that it had been closed, at least I was actually happy for a moment that we do this confirmation hearing, because it gives us the opportunity to check our past, confirm our tax compliance.
We can't see the letter he's referring to.
You have a copy of that letter?
I have a copy of that letter, Chairman.
Share with us through the clerk. But I saw it at clerk's office.
That's the letter. So, Chairman, I've done that. I did leave 2 copies with the clerk yesterday, because I just did get the affidavit on Saturday evening. So, Chairman, I do expect that, whereas I assume that the case had been closed.
Chair, on a point of order, maybe just in the interest of saving time for the committee, the clerk's office should supply such documents and circulate them. Because if we had them, there was even no need then of, probably no need of asking the question if there's already something.
And I already gave instructions that any document received from the nominee or any of the government agencies or any affidavits, adverse or otherwise, should be circulated to members in good time. So going forward, Florence, arrange to do that, especially for the remaining nominees.
So, Chairman, I then did an affidavit to respond to Sheila Masinde, and I did forward yesterday. But for a moment, I was a bit disappointed, because my name and my character was put to question for several years through a document that was placed before Parliament, and I would expect that Parliament should protect its citizens so that we do not work down careers of serious citizens in this country when people make allegations. But I was also quite happy that the Approval Act of Parliament does require that submissions of any adverse concern about anybody be done through an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, so that we do not have claims and mischief of people trying to pull out down people's characters. So in terms of the vetting process, I think it was well thought out that, Chairman, we do require that we do sworn affidavits, and so that the face of the person complaining and not unnecessarily pulling somebody's character and career down is able also to stick out and say, I want to stand against an integrity issue, and therefore be able to corroborate what exactly the challenge is. As regard the concern of generation and transmission, which was raised by, again, Mheshimiwa Anthony Chungwa, it's cross-cutting from what Mheshimiwa Gladys Boshole did ask, and I think I've touched on that question, but let me just go into one area of why I think we really need to address the power sector, the cost of energy in this country. There's been for a while, I think because of the monopoly of Kenya Power, or what would actually, I think the Energy Act 2019 has addressed that monopoly to some extent. It's just implementation. But to a very good extent, the customer service, which is really more of a big challenge that we need to address, because we look at customers, and a customer is a person who buys and buys again. They are not buyers. We really are permanently with Kenya Power and Lighting, and we need to have a relationship with Kenya Power in terms of understanding. Even the bill is so complicated. We need to really understand and improve the customer service and customer relationships. In my MBA course, Chairman, I did put deliberately a document on one of my term papers. One of my term papers, Chairman, in my MBA is a case of a company which was in medical insurance called CRM Implementation Failure at Cigna Corporation, which when I review today tells the story about our energy sector in terms of failure to recognize customer relationship and more dealing with being just transactional basis. And I would like to encourage members to look at that term paper. It almost reflects how we behave in the energy sector to our customers, how when our numbers are, the bottom line numbers are not adding up, we push it to the customer instead of mapping out change strategy to address
that is
those
very
concerns.
good. Tell the committee what we are going to do to stop this.
It's one of my first assignment, Chairman, to basically look at the cost structure of our parastatals. I think we generate power, for example, at $4, $5 on the renewable energy. And when we give it to Kenya Power to distribute, they distributed another 4 to 5 cents. It's not acceptable. And so we must look at our distribution cost to be able to bring down the cost of power. We must look at the strength of the network in a very structured way. We must decouple. I think what we did sometimes was the generator is KenGen, the transmission is Kentraco, the off-taker is Kenya Power. But if you seriously look at how we operate today, sometimes NREA does the social obligation of doing the last mile and the providing power to our homes. When you look at the decoupling of services between Kenya Power and REA, I think REA today is called REREC, Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. You cannot draw a clear line on who does what. Kenya Power tend to do more of social work, which cannot really, as a commercial entity, the social work should be done by REA, and which is funded by government. So we don't fund REA, and yet the work is being done by Kenya Power, and then they owe one another. When you look at GDC was supposed to be de-risking the fields for geothermal development, building power generations today, which is the space for KenGen. And Kentraco and Kenya Power, you can't distinguish where transmission ends and where distribution starts. So we'll need to sit down as a team and work on full decoupling and understanding the role of one body against another body. If Mheshimiwa Kosing wants to pull some power in Pokot South to some end, it is the role of REREC to do that, not Kenya Power, as a social obligation. And we will bring budget to the House to support that, to ensure that the last mile is fully covered and not use a commercial entity like Kenya Power, who then loads the losses to the customers in the commercial sectors, and we end up losing our serious businessmen because of cross-subsidy. The subsidy should be left and be done within the social context of REREC, and we leave Kenya Power to do the more commercial work as an off-taker, pay KenGen what is due to the generators and the PPPs. I'm told today KenGen is owed, and the other PPPs are owed over 23 billion because of failure of Kenya Power to pay. So, Chairman, there is work to be done. We're going to do it, and I understand that space to a very good extent.
Davis, we are not doing very well on time.
Let me.
We've spent about 30 minutes.
I think
on 2 questions.
Chairman, I've answered to a very good extent Mr. Wandai's question of
Chicken Gate.
Chicken Gate, and I think the only challenge is really, yes, it was in the public domain. I do also expect that my members of parliament to defend me to some very good extent, so that I should not have been out for several years on an allegation and a file that had been closed. So, and you owe me for not, it came to the House should have, not just for Chirchir, the House should really protect Kenyans so that we don't trample on people's careers.
Mr. Speaker, just a point of order. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Chirchir is making very serious allegation that I should have helped him to get back to the cabinet, when you know very well that the coalition that formed the government was not my coalition. Really.
Chair, I think with your permission, the nominee might not be very wrong, because he is aware that eventually the person who had asked the CS to step aside, President Uhuru Kenyatta, ended up being a leader in the party that Honorable Pio Wandai is now leader of.
You didn't have to close to our side.
Yeah.
You know, our side is it's angry.
With your permission,
yes.
It's only that we want to stay with the decorum as you ordered. Yes. I almost veered off to election rigging and other issues. I just left. I told Ushunga I'm not going there.
Can we have the next batch? Owen, Robert, Rugara, and Koech. Davis and honorable members, we are doing very poor on time. Now, please ask precise questions. Let's get precise answers.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair, thank you very much, Davis Churchill. I would like to ask you a question in terms of power use, electricity, and the productivity of water. That the tariff used for producing water using electricity is higher than that of street lights. And areas like the coast where you have to pump water up, and other areas in this country where you have to pump water that goes up to homes, the cost of production is very high, such that water companies in those areas cannot break even because they spend more money to pay for electricity than for the water. And yet, the policy at the ministry has not changed for many years, and that people are suffering, that there's a lot of power disconnection in waterworks by KPLC because they are demanding that they be paid the commercial tariff. And yet you find that streetlights have a special tariff. It's very low. What are you going to do about this to ensure that we say water is life, water is the engine of all productivity in this country, and actually there's a correlation between poverty and water? How are you going to assist the other ministry to ensure that we have water and there's no interruption?
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to refer the committee to page 5 on the documents presented for this nominee, on the part where we are talking about sources of income, and he's indicated his income of 2021 and also 2022. I want to refer to the 2022 income. Now, he's indicated that on number 5 that he worked in the office of the Deputy President as Chief of Staff in the year 2022 and earned a whopping 18,448,000 shillings. Chair, my question is, assuming he started working on the 1st of January, which is actually a holiday, then had to stop working on the 9th of August because that was the election date, then it means that he was earning on average 2,527,000 shillings per month. Now my question is this the official public wage bill that has been approved by SRC for the office of the Chief of Staff of the Deputy President, considering that the Deputy President's own salary is only 1.2 million per month?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, after water in life, electricity is next. So the ministry you're being vetted for is one of the most important in the country, especially to the rural persons who are yet to see electricity. The unit for measuring supply of connectivity of electricity in the country are constituencies. And the problem we have is the disparity between some constituencies and others, such that I talk about my own constituency, which in 2017 was at 9.5% connectivity. In spite of every work I did in 5 years, we were able to move it up to a maximum of 30%. There are other constituencies, and I have data of that, who are now at 100%. My question to you is this: what are you going to do to reduce or remove the disparity between constituencies, whether rural or urban, as far as electricity supply is concerned? Because Kenyans out there are now waiting to be connected to the national grid.
Honorable Koech.
Waziri, mine will be in Kenya Power. Actually, the story of the energy sector starts and ends with Kenya Power and Lightning. In fact, nowadays in Kenya, there's a famous quote, kwamba when it rains, saile sisi tunatoa nguo, Kenya Power pia inaanua wire. Power just goes off. It is something that you must find a way of fixing. And it goes beyond policies. There must be a deliberate, I think there's a deliberate attempt by some officers in Kenya Power to disallow connection of power. That is why they visit your house on a Friday, disconnect power so that they get something, and then again, when you reconnect, is when they can restore the supply. Number two is on revenue collection by Kenya Power and meter reading. You find Kenya Power staff having to dodge vicious dogs in people's compounds, yet you can actually use technology to do meter reading and give estimates on what should be built. Thank you.
Davis, can the answers be as brief as the questions?
I'll be brief, Chairman. Income, Chairman, as I declared, is accurate. In 2022, I earned 3 million between January and March from my previous sources, as indicated from 2021. And when I came to the office of the Deputy President as Chief of Staff, I've earned salaries for 5-6 months at a taxed net amount of about 764. I have been able to utilize a facility called a car grant, which is 10 million, which is available to that office as per the public service laid out regulations. And when you break down that 18 million, I did my arithmetic and it's accurate, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we have a GAG grant for the job group that I hold in the office up to now. Chairman, George Murugara, disparity should be a thing of the past. As soon as George, you clear me, I'll address your constituency. But more importantly, Chairman, that's on a lighter note, the progression on really rural electrification was utilizing the laid out network and maximizing the use of transformers in terms of connectivity. And it progressively went into most of the rural areas at about 70–80% today. When we do sit down to do the budget to address the constituencies where this disparity exists, and when we do get the approval of the House on that social expense to ensure that we power our homes, we should be able to move quickly from 30% to 70%, and maybe on the second year to 100%, for not just for George's constituency, but for all the other constituencies which have not been powered. Mheshimiwa Nelson Koech, power goes off because our networks are very weak. When it rains, sometimes we have not maintained the networks and the trees come down on power lines. Some of the posts are rotten, and we really need to upgrade our network. So we'll again be sitting down with the entities, particularly Kenya Power and REA, to address the strengthening of the network so that every time there is wind before the rain, the network doesn't come down. We need a strong transmission and distribution network. We also, towards the strengthening of the network, need to address the vulnerability of abuse of the network by those guys who trade in scrap metal. But more importantly, we need to strengthen our network and address that challenge. Revenue, I'm told we are looking at today, most countries are looking at smart meters. We don't need anybody to come to your house to read the meters. In fact, smart meters, like I said, I'm in the T sector chair, and our meters are read automatically, not because somebody has come, but remotely. So we can be able to, and we should be able to address that, Mheshimiwa Nelson Koech, as soon as I come in and we sit down with the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. Now give to, yes, Owen.
The question on water, Owen Baya, Mheshimiwa, is something that is very interesting. Even as we talk to the cost of power, we'll need. Water is a very interesting source of energy because there's something called potential energy. When something is up, when it comes down, the energy, it releases energy. So we'll be seeking to use storage technologies to be able to improve the power in our network or in our system, and we can be able to pump water back to the dam using energy at night when we don't need energy out of wind or solar during the day, so that we can reuse that water. The challenge of maybe harmonizing the sector is work very closely with WARMA to ensure that we do cooperate and see the meeting points on how much we should pay for the water we use to generate power, so that the water then given to the
Chairman, I think he didn't catch my question. That's why he skipped it. I asked why is the tariff of water higher than any other thing, especially when you're producing. You have waterworks in Sabaki. Kenya Power disconnects water because the water providers cannot meet the cost of production. When are we looking at a reduction of water production tariff in terms of electricity?
Owen, let me understand that question properly because...
Is asking
yes.
that power cost to water service providers is high. Isn't that so? Yeah. Yes. Why is it so high? Is it high relative to other consumers?
Correct.
Chairman, the tariffing structure of Kenya Power, you could have seen something called C1, C2 to C15. And pumping of water using the pumps is quite a heavy consumer of power. What I've not mentioned is you may not be aware that even as power is expensive to our homes, we only charge 7 cents US on what we call lifeline tariff to over 70% of our home users. So the biggest challenge we have in the power sector is those people you're talking about who are pumping water are subsidizing the social users of power who consume 1 to 100 kilowatts per month. And because of the economic status, we basically have this very dirty kind of subsidy program where we are using the economic drivers, the companies who are supposed to be driving the economy, to supplement the social service. So we need to look at that. Most of with the water panels, with the solar panels coming down today significantly, and the off-grid that we are developing to ensure that we do hold captive most of our customers, I want to believe that we'll be looking at a policy where we can put solar on most of the water pumping stations and reduce the cost of pumping significantly by maybe even over 50%. Because solar costs today and being off-grid, there'll be no transmission losses. Thank you, Chairman. I hope. Yeah.
Daud, Amisi, Raso, Naisula. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ask
Speaker.
One question each. We are doing badly on time.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker. The nominee, Mr. Davis, you are aware we talk about petroleum and fuel products, the expenses and all that. What do you have once you come in? There was a time my ex-governor, Kiraito Muronge, when he was the Minister for Petroleum, they had explored oil in Turkana. And that oil was supposed to go all the way to Lamu, maybe because we did not have a refinery. Is there a plan still that we are going to prospect for oil? And is there a plan for the refinery, which was closed down in Mombasa, to be revamped and work so that we can reduce the price of fuel? So those are three questions in one. Regarding fuel prices together with the refinery and exploration of oil, because otherwise we are not going to get cheap oil and fuel will be expensive. So will you be even looking at reducing the price, the excise duty and the duties on fuel to reduce the prices of fuel by more than 40 or 50%? Thank you, Chair.
Sir Amisi, one question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, over the recent times, Kenyans have complained of the electricity bills and meter readings capriciously going higher than normal. And especially the Kenyans who don't have much consumption in terms of electricity. They have no machinery, they have no bakery, they have no factory, but the electricity is just all of a sudden. They are not normal. It happened during your reign. I think it has persistently continued. Although you left ceremoniously, you've explained the circumstances. But we still believe that this is an insider job. There are officers within who collude and they intentionally overprice Kenyans, and you end up paying a bill that is not yours. Now, you didn't do anything while you were there. You are still heading to the same place. You know, God performed miracles through Elijah. One of them was bringing fire down from sky and entering heaven by fire. So I don't know whether these miracles are going to happen in your reign.
Next, Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Churchill, I come from Marsabit. That is where you find Lake Turkana wind power, where you evacuate considerable energy all the way to Suswa. So my question is, what is it that you are likely to do so that the people of Marsabit will actually not be using generators when you are evacuating that considerable amount of power from their area, and yet they are not directly benefiting from that?
Thank you. One question. Naisola.
Thank you very much. And to the nominee, I want to ask this question, and I need a very simple answer. You know, like you're just talking to a normal hustler. To understand the whole issue on the price of fuel. We know that when fuel goes up, life becomes even hard for Kenyans. And the whole lessons of, you're told by Friday, fuel will come down by 1 shilling. So what is this? You know, Kenyans ask these questions and no one really answers it. And also the question on fuel subsidy and, really so that we can understand as hustlers the importance of removing fuel subsidy, but how do you cushion us at the moment?
For
Mheshimiwa Daud, from on the petroleum and the Lokicha oil that was discovered sometimes, and where are we today? I did my homework, and the petroleum sector is at a phase called field development phase. This is the phase when the Talo and the consortium have submitted a report to the Ministry of Energy. That report is currently sitting with the regulatory body, EPRA, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Body. The report will be handed over to the Minister or the CS for Energy, and in line with the Petroleum Act, it should not be in that office for more than 30 days. It will then come to Parliament, and the Act also stipulates that it should not be in Parliament for more than 90 days. For purposes of looking at the commerciality, the economy of pulling out the oil, and the report does say we can be able to do up to 120 million. There is a figure that let me not misquote because I'm talking to the whole world. 120 kilo barrels per day, which when you convert at about 160 liters to the barrel is significant, and that can address the challenge facing the country. But that's slightly on the longer term. We will work together to expedite and make sure we don't work with 30 days, we don't work with 90 days, and therefore be able to tell the prospecting company to quickly get down and start pulling out the product. And that might give us the security of the challenge we are currently facing. If I combine this with Mheshimiwa Lesuda's question, because they are basically cutting across on the same petroleum area, with the price of fuel, it's a world phenomenon. The challenges of Ukraine and Russia, and the US and Canada refusing to buy, putting embargo against buying that product, created the supply-demand challenge. And we may not be aware, but if we read, we know that the fuel prices in the UK, in Canada, in Singapore, are running at, I was reading, Singapore is going at $9 to the liter. When I converted, that's about 350 shillings to the liter. We don't think this Ukraine-Russia challenge will be forever, but certainly we need to mitigate and address our challenge. And I think it's an opportunity to think out of the box and ask ourselves, how can we be self-reliant? And that's why I was saying, let me cut across with Daud's question in terms of developing quickly what is ours, so that we are not over-reliant on the other economies out there. And while reading that, I found a quote by Joe Biden that said, when we are out of this challenge, we'll be stronger, and the world will be stronger and less reliant on fossil fuel. But when I paraphrase that, as a country, we really need to work on our geothermal, being an equatorial country, work on our solar, work on storage of power so that we go into more of the electric cars with the conversion kits being fairly cheap today. So yes, it's a concern, it's a global challenge, and yet we think we are going to come out of it more stronger, Mheshimiwa Lesuda. Refinery, Bwana Hamisi was sitting somewhere over there. we need to work on, I don't know whether it's a miracle, but I mean, there's no reason why anybody should pay for what they have not used. And as we work to introduce the intelligent or whatever meters, we really also need to think out of the box on how Kenya Power trades. Think about how Safaricom trades. They give you a zone to manage, and you can buy power in bulk, and you prepay. For those of us who work for Safaricom, Safaricom is not owed any money. You prepay airtime and distribute. Collect the money, prepay, you collect more. There is no reason why Kenya Power cannot adopt those kind of simple frameworks of a region being given to a manager, or rather a business person. You buy in bulk at a discount, you make you a little money, and you manage your customers. So certainly we'll be working together to look at how to re-engineer the traditional way of handling customers from Kenya Power, bringing in the smart meters, and working with everybody to ensure that we don't just pay what we have not spent and which is going into people's pockets. We will be able to do that. Raso, Marsabit, I passionately loved that county when we were developing the wind power projects. There is no reason why the developer on the project, you know, when you develop 400 megawatts, there is the power which is retained to manage the equipments. And that power should have really looked at the community of interest. We need to sit down and look at using the power that, when you develop 400, we have possibly retained 20 for the use to manage the equipment, because they need power to basically support the operations within the site. And it shouldn't be asking for too much, because I think the power we need within the community would not be more than 3, 4, 5 megawatts. And therefore, we need to revisit, and under the act where the resource sharing of local resources with the community, the county, and the national government, we should see how to support the community around Marsabit so that we do not just evacuate power the way we evacuate water out of Muranga, and the locals just see the power going out of their county, and they don't benefit. So we can look at that. Naisul, I think I did combine your question with Daud. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, my question has not been answered about the refinery.
Let me take up that very quickly.
Question.
The refinery.
We'll take another round after that.
The refinery, Chairman, was closed during my time because we were supporting the refinery through importation of crude, which was then refined and on what we called a yield shift. You bring a crude and you need to produce so much of AGO, you need to produce so much of PMS, and many times our refinery, because it was a very old technology, was not meeting the requirements of the yield shift. So there was a shift from the planned to what was produced, and we were making so much losses. The second challenge was the fuel coming out was not clean. If you drove a diesel engine those days, it kept going down every so often because the particles, degree of particles in terms of what is approved to be clean fuel was not. So we had to shut it down. We either had to upgrade or to shut it down. Improving it was as more expensive as buying a new one. So we shut it down. The tank farm is huge. I think the tank farm is being used today for holding fuel, but we need to see how to utilize it better for use of strategic reserves, so that at times like now, when we're having serious challenges with Ukraine and Russia, we should be having some strategic reserves under the NOC 30% framework that allows us to hold strategic reserves of fuel. Thank you, Chairman.
Posing, Kuria, Ferdinand, Mishi.
I thank you, Honorable Chair.
One question each.
Yes.
Very strict.
And you have really balanced today. People who started early, you give them the last, and then the last, you give them the first. I think you're a very good speaker today. I thank you. Now, to the nominee. No, it's true.
Only or always?
The truth. It's fair. Now the nominee, Chirchir. There is this problem, which is an example of many other towns in Kapenguria, which is getting really unclean power. Almost every day, bar blackouts. There are many towns like that, Honorable Chair, in this country. But I think Kapenguria receives one of the uncleanest power in the whole world. You cannot even predict to do anything, Chair. We did, as leadership of West Pokot, at a particular moment, we presented our issues to the late Kibaki, during Kibaki government. And what he did was to recommend the evacuation of power from Takwel. You know, Speaker, we have Takwel, which is generating power in West Pokot. So when somebody talks about unclean power, you don't understand. So that government proposed that we evacuate high power, build a substation in Ortum so that we can develop the factory, which is now about like 40% being done, and then to Kitale, so that Kitale and West Pokot can share that power, which is clean power. And Ketrago Honorable Chair did only power lines. And from that time, that's almost 15 years. Up to now, Chair, the power lines are there, Waziri, nominee, they are there. What will you do because those are low-hanging fruits for your action. Would you promise, if this House agrees with or approves you, would you say that will be your 100-day expectation that you light up that line so that the people of West Pokot and Trans Nzoia can be able to get clean power? They have been suffering since independence.
Thank you, Sharia.
I thank you.
Sharia.
I have represented you,
thank you, Chair. And when a nominee, as you consider the issue of Marsabit, also consider the issue of Balambala, where you are getting your solar power. Since you also seem not to be getting power, and we give the nation about 53 kilowatts through solar. My question is a very simple one. Do you have any plans to improve the strategic petroleum reserve in the country to caution Kenyans against future fuel shortages? Thank you, Chair.
Kuria.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I wanted to ask this aspect of capacity charge, and that is the animal in the energy sector. But at the same time, also, Chair, I have another one on NOC, the National Oil Corporation. Chair, I would want to ask the nominee to address us on the capacity charge for the PPS. And on NOC, Honourable Chair, you know, the fuel prices in this country, the international strategic reserves for the internationally recognized is around 90 days. And here I think is only 7 days. And it is very dangerous. Yet we don't fund NOC substantially for it to be able to undertake its mandate. So NOC was just reduced to start producing actually distribution of gas, which is something else that also needs to be addressed in this country. Because if we don't then take that aspect of a position of funding NOC, then forever we will be in these problems of high prices and things like that. But most importantly is the gas aspect again, which we don't have. It is being controlled by private people, including NOC buying gas from a private person to sell to Kenyans. And it was very strategic when we started the Mwananchi gas that was meant to reduce the forest problems. And all of a sudden, again, the former finance person just decided to put taxes on the gas again, and everybody is back on the wood and timber and charcoal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mish.
Thank you, Chair. So many questions have already been asked, but I have just few of them, like 2. Okay, Chair.
Yes.
I will abide by the norms. I think there is a need to have...
Please switch off your mic.
Oh, sorry.
To the nominee, my question is, what plans do you have in terms of enough supply of renewable energy to Kenya's national grid? I'm citing one project, and that is the Lake Turkana wind power project, which was there. I don't know whether you are still there or you had already left. This project, its aim was to supply renewable energy to Kenya's national grid. But there was a lot of corruption. So many millions of Kenyan shillings were embezzled and could not be accounted according to auditors' reports. I don't know how are you going to be dealing with the cartels in the energy sector, because it is just too much. Kenyans are having burden of high bills, fraudulent billing, and maybe it is because of the monopoly of KPLC. What is your take on that status? That they have that monopoly in terms of generation, transmission of electricity, and still they cannot address the plight of the consumers in terms of irregular power outages and other reasons. So what is your take, and what are the way forward for you to ensure that at least Kenyans will enjoy, and at least there will be a reduction in terms of costing for electricity?
Thank you, Mishi. Ferdinand, let's take another one.
Nominee, I just want to make...
be the last.
Yeah, yes. I want to make a comment, a very serious one. The relation between REA, rural electrification, and Kenya Power Lighting. You'll find that they do their survey, and they bring the transformers and are fixed in whatever place it is, and takes months and weeks and, for the Kenyan Power Lighting to come and do the connections. That's been a challenge in the rural area. That's been a major complaint among the consumers. So what are you going to do about that?
Davis, can you answer those 5 as precisely?
Mheshimiwa Kosing, Kapinguria and clean power, yet we generate out of Takwel. I'm surprised that the substation in Otum, which our Chairman, Speaker, I would like to invite you to my first report to Parliament in line with the Constitution, which captured serious project Gantt charts on an Otum. I've just checked, and Otum substation is in my project Gantt chart. It should have been finished. I don't know what happened when I left the office. And so my first assignment would be to review and check what has not the unfinished work. I'd like to invite members to look at that report. It's a report I made to Parliament in my first year in line with the Constitution, article which requires cabinet secretaries to make a report periodically to Parliament. And the unclean power is a voltage. Chairman, our systems operate at 240. And when the voltage drops, then we are even likely to damage your devices. So even where I come from, it's western part of the country, and the voltages are very weak. So around 7 to 10 at night, when all the homes are switched on, the voltages drop. So we just switch off Kenya Power and run on a generator, which is very expensive. So the challenge that faces Kenya sometimes is not even the cost of power, because we can continuously run on generator and still make money. The problem is the unclean power, which damages some of our devices. So we need that substation in Otum. But more importantly, we need to finish the Olkaria Lesos. I think it's a 400 kV line, to ensure that we are able to carry high voltage, low current, and step it down. Western part of Kenya has got a challenge, and I think we need to address that. We know the problem. We need to put some investment and obey the timelines in line with the project defined, so that we close some of these issues. So we're going to look at that, Bwana Kosing. Siri Mbalambala, yes, again, it's a comment. We want to treat Garissa, where the power is coming off from solar at 50 megawatts. There is no reason why the community of interest do not have power, and we need to look at that. Within the station, we can be able to have a small substation to serve the community of concern or the community of interest, where we are picking the power from within Garissa and Balambala area. Strategic reserves is becoming a must. We need to look at that. Currently, we do our fuel purchases using spot purchases, which are done through the open tender procurement system, and it's managed by OMCs. The government doesn't put any money. They compete well, and I think we get good price of petroleum products and petroleum products until we have this challenge which is facing the whole world. But yes, we need to have strategic reserves. We need to build enough tankage. We need to see how best to utilize the KPRL facility, dimension enough storage, but be very careful so that we don't do what is equivalent to aging, or as we age, we make sure we understand so that we are not holding expensive fuel when the price of fuel has gone down, or vice versa, which would be of advantage to the country. So we'll quickly look at that and address the need for strategic reserves for our country. Kuria, NOC, capacity charge, fuel charge, and the gas is something that let me talk to gas first. There's been so much improvement in the use of gas in this country today, and I did pick some numbers which I want to just refer to very quickly. The per capita use of gas in Kenya 15 years ago was at 2.3 kilogram per household. Today, we are at 7.5 with this 180 gas, and the initiatives that we have done, albeit the challenge of the one investor who manages the facility, the private investor. If we open up that space, and I've seen the strategic plan of NOC and the energy sector, we want to move to 13 kilograms per capita use of gas per household. If we do that, some of the very, very interesting gains will be like, let me run that again as the forest cover. Again, some 15 years ago, we were at 4% forest cover. Today, we are at 12. If we move the use of gas to 13 kilograms per household and stop using biomass, because the underside is we are cutting wood to burn for our houses. If we just improve by 5% to go to 13%, the forest cover will go up from 12% to 22%, which is so significant. So we can talk about planting 3 million trees until the cows come home, or we can, yes, and we need to do that, but we can quickly accelerate the facility in Mombasa for gas trading, manage the initiatives that we had started together and which are covered in some of our reports, and we will be able to move our forest cover to 22%, address the global warming by reducing the carbon dioxide, which is not good for our environment and the ozone layer. On fuel, I think we've talked quite a bit on fuel to the extent that we really need to quickly develop our own resource and ensure that we are not over-reliant on our brothers out there. And even when we are, it's not because we don't have ours. So we need to quickly accelerate the development of the Lokicha Basin and ensure that we are able to, whether refine it here or refine outside. You know, there is, in the production sharing contract, the government has a stake in any discovery, so we can buy into our share of the petroleum that has been discovered and be able to use that to address our strategic challenges. Mishimbogo, renewable energy, Lake Turkana, I think we've talked quite a bit about that. And power generation, there'll be a lot of learning, albeit the challenges and the mistakes we have made from power when we do the power purchase agreements, because when a private developer does, like Leongalane, which is the Lake Turkana we are talking about, they get what you call a PPA, a power purchase agreement, which is a document which helps them to raise banks, whether in the international market, to develop that facility. So unless the impropriety is coming at the negotiations of the PPA, if the private investor does funny games during the development of the project, it does not change the structure and the cost structure on the PPA. So maybe to just simply answer your question, we'll need to look more critically into what goes into our PPA. Are we generous? Are we giving them too much in the PPA so that they play games? And therefore, because it locks the cost of power, it is locked at the PPA stage, which is done before the project picks up. I'm told by my predecessor, if I get approved, Monica Juma, that she has since moved the PPA negotiations to the ministry and will work more closely with the off-taker, which is Kenya Power, to ensure that the PPAs do reflect the cost of power that we would like to drive this economy. Because like I said earlier, if we are going to attract global firms, the cost of our energy is basically not acceptable. We have to bring it down, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. I think we'll end here with you.
Can I finish, Ferdinand? Was that a comment or a question?
He just made a comment.
It was a comment?
Yes.
So, but I talked earlier about unbundling. The challenge between this energy sector, though they are unbundled, they tend to crisscross each other. And we need to define clear lines. Where does REC start? Or rather, where does Kenya Power start? Where does REC start? So that we don't have one company bringing the transformer, another one is pulling the lines, and where are the costs captured in the cost structures of the organization? These are some of the challenges we are facing in the energy sector. And sometimes it is competition for business because it depends on who is doing the tendering. But if the responsibility belongs to REC, let it be at REC, and they should deliver in line with the timelines. If it belongs to Kenya Power, let's be very clear about those definitions of responsibilities. Thank you, Chairman.
One question is not answered.
Michelle?
The one on the monopoly.
Mishi, I'd indicated, and I didn't want to speak very loudly because of the fact that we have quite a bit of letters of support as government to Kenya Power, and we need to support Kenya Power even as a monopoly for a while. But in the Act, Energy Act 2019, that monopoly has been opened up, and we'll just need to see how to implement the off-grid very carefully, how we ensure that we don't incur power losses because of long transmission and building lines into remote areas where we can do off-grid. And so the monopoly is not going to be a challenge going forward because the Act has addressed that. Thank you.
One final question. Kenya Power is a monopoly. It has no competitor, apart from now the few isolated solar panels here and there that are grossly insignificant to their overall performance. Why are they constantly in financial difficulties? They sell a commodity that you and I cannot do without. When you default, they come and disconnect you on the pole, literally extorting your payback and reconnection. Why are they having financial difficulties?
Yeah, it's a dollar question, Chairman, that we all need to look at, because when you are a monopoly, and like I said in one of my term papers, we need to look at when the market is locked for you, you tend to be complacent. The investment today that is needed to strengthen the Kenya Power network could be significant. But I wouldn't really, it's a challenge, but like
if you look at their billing,
yeah,
they literally have no overheads. They pass on everything to the consumer. Everything. Why are they in the red constantly? I think you must go there and correct this if we approve your nomination.
Kenya Power balance sheet, like a NOC, is it NOC? Yes, needs to be looked at. I think unless we address the kind of exposure they've put themselves into, so that really we need to restructure Kenya Power balance sheet. It is not looking good. I can say on camera that I've seriously looked at it, but the Kenya Power balance sheet and the kind of exposure is quite significant. It should be doing much better to be having a loan of about 100 billion against a revenue of 60 billion. And a lot of that money belongs to KenGen, the generators, and so on and so forth. Is something that boils down to a cash flow. The cash they collect is not enough to service where we almost find ourselves as a country today. We collect so much revenue, is it enough to service our loans and run the social obligations that we need to run as a government? And then so we need to support Kenya Power not with cash, but we need to look at, to re-engineer the whole way of how they do business. Banks will market what would otherwise look like cheap loan. And because a lot of the generators, the lot of generation and build-up in the power sector do get government letters of support, sometimes the ball ends up being the government responsibility. So, Chairman, there's a job to be done in the energy sector. We need to look at how to restructure their balance sheet. We need to look at how to strengthen the network, which is the power loss today on the network is almost at 20%. So when you're losing 20% and you have to recover from you and me, it's not tenable. So yes, there's work to be done, Chair, and I think we are up to the task. Thank you.
I give you 3 minutes to tell us your last wish.
Chairman, I feel privileged to come to talk to this honorable house today again after being nominated for the position of energy and petroleum to see whether we can together rebuild this country. The cost of power is a fundamental driver in the economic foundation of any nation. And unless we together address the cost of power, the power mix, the power security, like I said earlier, when we talk about competitive cost of power and we want to bring investors into our special economic zones in Dongonkundu, in Olkaria, where we have ready steam for primary processing of leather, can we get the cost of power right? Kenya enjoys a very special place in the state of nations in that we do about 90% of green energy. And we are one of the qualifying countries to even go into green hydrogen, which is another phase of development in power and export of power in hydrogen, where it's a requirement that if you're going to go into this green area of development of green hydrogen, you must be using green energy to do that. And as we go forward, except for the challenges we are facing in the security of supply and the cost of power, the fact that Kenya today does about 90% of its energy on a renewable source of energy is one thing that really helps us to address the world climate. And even as we go to COP27 in Egypt in the next 2 weeks, we stand to challenge countries like Germany, who are folded back, and they are going back to fossil fuels or coal. We stand to challenge countries like Britain. And I want to confirm, Chair, that with the development of human resource, with the development of geothermal and capacity that we've built, and we are currently exporting into other countries neighboring us, we will be able to develop under my leadership, once confirmed, in the area of renewable energy, in geothermal, in wind, and in solar. I have the capacity, I have the strength, and I'm a team player. I want to work with this House. I want to work with the people in the energy sector to be able to deliver this for our country. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Davis. We will release you to go to your other duties. If there are any documents that you have not shared with us, do so with the Secretariat. Sergeant, as the distinguished member leaves, look for the Honorable Moses Kuria. Give us 5 minutes to stretch, members. 5 minutes to stretch, a health stretch, and 5 minutes, please. We start at 6:01.
Rehab Mokami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka.
Kosing David, MP Poko South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP North Imenti, Meru County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni.
Nelson Koech, MP Belgut.
Good evening, Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balambala.
Emma Semeri, Teso South.
Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
David Gikare, your friend, Nakuru Town is constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Description should come from Junet, from the Pangan experience.
Yes, Chair.
This meeting is not adversarial, like we have told all members. We want to have a candid, open exchange of ideas. Members are interested in establishing your suitability for the nomination you have gotten as our Minister for Trade, Investment and Industry. We want to have a cordial exchange, observe basic rules of the committee, address the committee through the chair. Members will also ask you questions through the chair. We limit any direct exchange between yourself and the committee members, and we will encourage you to answer questions as precisely and as concisely as they are asked. And members asking also, we expect you to be concise and precise. And in the interest of time, when you ask a question, give time to the nominee to answer. Let's not veer off the line too much. I will now ask you to present certain documents, which if you have sent to us and you have the originals, they'll be compared by the clerks and the originals will be given back to you. Do you have the compliance with tax obligations? That's the KRA tax compliance?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I do.
Clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I do.
Certificate of Good Conduct from the DCI?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law and convicted of an offense?
I've been charged but never convicted.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
No, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. We go to what is your value? What is your financial net worth?
My financial net worth, Mr. Chair, is 750 million shillings.
You have a segregated breakdown?
I do not, but I can proceed to tell you the distribution.
You can tell the committee on hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My net worth is comprising of real estate development and shares held in unlisted companies in my business concerns, in manufacturing, in fintech, and in energy sector.
Excellent. And
Chair,
yes,
I wanted him to not to interrupt you, Chair. He's the chairman of Independent Petroleum Dealers, so whether the shares are there.
Chair, I said as much, but Honorable Junet being one of my members, I welcome that. Thank you.
So we may require both of you to disclose further and better particulars. Honorable members, I'll open the floor by asking the Honorable Moses Kuria that will give you 10 minutes. If you spend less, the better. That clock will start ticking, We should be done with you in 90 minutes. Tell us the story of your life till the arrival of where you're sitting.
Thank you, Chair. I was born 51 years ago in Gatundu South in Kiambu County. I attended primary school in a school by the name of Githuya Primary in Gatundu South. That is between the year 1977 and the year 1983. I attended another school called Itulo High School in Gatundu South for my O-levels between the year 1984 and 1987, and I passed with flying colors. I proceeded for my A-levels, Thika High School, between the year 1988 and the year 1989. Again, I passed well, and I was admitted to the University of Nairobi, in the year 1990 for a Bachelor of Commerce degree, specializing in accounting and finance. I graduated in the year 1993, and between 1994 and 1995, I worked for various organizations, including Total and Diane Brea Investment Bank. In the year 1995, I joined Standard Chartered Bank all the way to 1999. And in the year 1999, I was poached by a bank in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by the name of Alaji Bank, which happens to be the largest Islamic bank in the world. I worked there for 4 years, and in the year 2003, I teamed up with my colleagues in the Gulf region, and we set up a banking and financial sector consultancy by the name of WAMAD International, and we consulted for banks and other organizations in the area of technology, Islamic finance, and business processes across the entire Middle East. Represented some leading companies in technology from Europe and India, in Middle East and North Africa, and later on the entire Africa. I came back to Kenya in the year 2007 at the invitation of the late Mwai Kibaki, who was my friend, and he asked me to assist as a consultant in his government, and I worked in that role until the year 2008. In the year 2008, I joined then Minister for Trade, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, as his technical advisor on trade matters. Later on, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta was transferred to the National Treasury as a Minister for Finance, and I moved there as also a technical advisor in the Treasury until his election as president in the year 2013. In the year 2014, there arose a by-election in Gatundu South constituency following the sad demise of the then Member of Parliament, Honorable Joseph Ngugi. I offered myself for election in that by-election, and I won. I was the first person in the new constitution to be elected and opposed. Later on, some members who are sitting here would copy from me, including the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And later on, to the year 2017, I was again re-elected Gatundu South until the year 2022. And I held that job. I offered myself to be the governor of Kiambu County. I did not succeed. And I was then nominated by President William Samoei Ruto to be the cabinet secretary in the docket of in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. And that's how I am here, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses Kuria. I'll now open the floor to members. Honorable members, I'll be strict on direct one question each for the nominee to answer in the same manner. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I should also begin by declaring interest, standing on the number 90, because Honorable Moses Kuria, besides being my colleague, has been Member of Parliament in my county and my very close friend since we joined Parliament together. But Honorable Speaker, that being so, here is also copied. He said he attended the University of Nairobi, having missed attending the Alliance High School to Ituru Boys or Ituru Secondary School. But that being so, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Moses Kuria, you're taking over a docket that is very important. And trade between our country and Uganda, you know, Uganda is our topmost bilateral trade partner in the region, but there exists a huge potential between our country and Ethiopia. I would want to hear what your thoughts are in relation to cross-border trade between our country and our neighboring countries, Ethiopia, and access to the African free trade area in the larger region. Also on matters to do with trade, you are aware that our traders here in Nairobi and in many other urban centers suffered immensely under the previous regime, especially our traders in downtown Nyamakima, Kamukunji, in Isli. And since these are trade docket issues, right from the question of standards under KEBS to the smooth clearance of goods at the port of Mombasa, I would also want to hear your thoughts on that. Honorable Speaker, if you indulge me, the Honorable Moses Kuria has also indicated that he has been charged severally. I think he forgot the word severally. But he has indicated he has never been convicted. However, Honorable Moses Kuria, there is an affidavit that has been filed by a petitioner who alleges that you once confessed to having received some bribe somewhere. I don't know the authenticity of these allegations, whether it is indeed true, as the petitioner says, that you have confessed to having taken a bribe. With that, Honorable Speaker, I'm good.
You'll take 4. Okay. One day.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Kuria, you know, unlike some of us in this room who know you, okay, a number of Kenyans out there tend to misunderstand you. Sometimes they perceive you as someone who is divisive, who can cause animosity by the way you carry yourself and the manner you communicate. What assurance can you give Kenyans in live television that you mean well for the cohesion of the country, the unity of Kenya, being a multi-ethnic, multiracial society, that Kenyans should not feel afraid when they hear your name or when they see you? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. Chairman, I want to state that Moses Kuria is my friend. We spent 4 to 5 days together in Pangani in the cell.
You should also disclose that I came there to see you.
You came? Mr. Speaker, it's true. I was coming to that. So you also visited us there, and you gave us some legal advice. And he did a lot of things there, but that's a subject for discussion another day. But now now that will not stop me from vetting him now, Mr. Chairman. So the question I wanted to put to him is, if you are approved and made the Minister for Transport, for Trade, how will you deal with this question of counterfeit goods? Because it is becoming a delicate issue in this country on how to protect the local manufacturing industry and the counterfeit goods that are coming from outside. So how will you strike a balance between the two so that you save the people who are manufacturing locally and you also don't stop people who are coming from importing goods are being told that you are bringing counterfeit goods? What is your vision on that? And lastly, the issue of trade imbalance. Like if you see this, there's a question here that it's now 120 billion shillings, the trade imbalance. How do you intend to address that? What are your thoughts on that? Thank you very much.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I still want to deal with Chapter 6, which is very important for nomination and election or appointment of public or state officers. And we must look at that article in terms of deed and word. Now, the nominee is publicly known. He's a very highly publicly known individual. His comments, his on Twitter, on Facebook. His temperament has actually been highly publicized. He himself did say that he was bribed by the Honorable Amos Kimunya. And Peter Mungai's affidavit, which is in our files, states that in 2013, he threatened to hunt down those that had voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. Again, I understand early this year from this affidavit, he threatened to remove one of Uhuru's, I cannot say the word, maybe he can mail engine parts. And he's been noted on national TV using 4-letter words. And not to forget that he once walked out of a TV live interview. So I'd like to ask the nominee, do you honestly feel that you sufficiently qualify to pass the integrity test?
Moses, you can answer those 4.
Thank you very much. Chair, I will...
Speaker, not to interrupt, Honorable Speaker, but with your indulgence, I don't know whether Honorable Mbui said some of the things he's saying are in the affidavit.
They are in the file, Speaker. I picked from the file.
Go on and answer, Moses. I don't think those are insurmountable questions.
Chair, if I may seek guidance, can I choose any order to answer? Yes. Okay, so that I can...
All the 4 questions.
Thank you very much.
In as precise a manner as they are precisely asked.
Thank you. Chair, I ask that because I would want to dispense on the whole issue surrounding Chapter 6 that have been raised by Honorable Robert Boy and my good friend Honorable Ichung'wa and Honorable Opio and I. We've come from a very divisive phase in the politics of our country. Most of us were players in that contest for a long time. And for myself, this contest was, or this participation was way even before I became a member of parliament, since I came back to this country in 2007. So I've been around for around 15 years. I was also around before even I went into professional practice. I should have mentioned that I was the treasurer of the student organization of Nairobi University. So I was politically exposed from that point. And I grew up under the wings and tutelage of Kenneth Matiba and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. So from the onset, I was weaned and grew up at the time that you were agitating for multipartyism and democracy in this country. That kind of a background at a very early age, because I started working with the team of Matiba and Jaramogi. I was part of the Sabasaba movement. I was there at Kamukunji when we were fighting for removal of Section 2A when I was only 21 years old. And as a participant, we've been involved in, yes, very divisive moments. And the division that characterized this country also shaped many people. So that's a reality. It can only be my hope and desire that all of us collectively will be able to see a Kenya that now, because that is now, we're talking about 30 years, that we can be able to graduate into better political culture that is more issue-based, that is not personality-based. Within those 30 years of divisive politics, we've all collectively said things and done things which to each other we need to have a moment of repentance and forgiveness against each other. And that is not just to me, that is to many political players in this country. So let me say that any perceived extremism or divisiveness on my side has been shaped by the kind of political culture we've had. And going forward, as we progress, I am going to play my role in ensuring that we have a culture where political competition is not enmity, but it's just that, competition. And I do not think that personally, as a person, I have got anything within my DNA that is synonymous with hate or extremism or separation. I have been in this parliament. I enjoy very cordial relations with most of these members, good moments and bad moments, and with most political players. And so to answer the question of the Honorable Robert Boy, I think I passed that master of Chapter 6 that will enable me to play my role in taking this country forward. I am cognizant and aware of the accusation by one of the affidavits that was received about having accepted to receiving a bribe. And I think that matter was taken out of context. I was called upon to explain my comment by the Speaker, and the Speaker did point out to anything within my comments that was deemed to be external, and the Speaker ruled on that matter. Whatever I said that was outside, including some comment that was not very good to my friend Junet, whereby I actually said that comment confusing our social life outside with life inside Parliament. But I would say that I was called upon by the Speaker to explain. I explained, and in my honest and humble opinion, that matter is spent and is res judicata. And that's what I can say about it. To answer to Honorable Opio and Dice, again, as you say, correctly, misunderstood. I am misunderstood in some quarters, but those quarters are mostly within social media and elite circles. If you go to most corners of this country, they know me as a peace-loving Kenyan who is committed to cohesion and who has worked a lot to bring people together. As I can say, from some of the region where someone like Opio and I come from, a place like Kondele, I am the second most popular person after Raila Odinga, and that's on record. So I am committed to cohesion, and Kenyans can look upon me as somebody who is going to work to bring Kenyans together. Thank you, Mr. Chair, on that issue of Chapter 6. I wanted to dispense on it so that we can, in my opinion, or my request,
Chair,
spend time to...
Chair, again, on a point of order.
Yes.
Chair, I think why I raised the issue of the issues the Honorable Mbui was raising, because I have actually traced the particular issues he was pointing to. And one of them, Honorable Chair, is an email from a Peter Mongai, not on an affidavit, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, in line with all procedures, is not admissible, and the Honorable Mbui should not be allowed to even quote it, refer to it in... There should be a mistake from the clerk's office, because anything on email that is not an affidavit, Honorable Speaker, I think you should guide us on whether we should be referring to emails, because nothing stops any member of the public from making whatever manner of allegation, and those are the things that the Honorable Bui was referring to.
Chair, I wanted to just respond to the majority leader and say that is not made up. I have found it in the file, and I have meticulously read through the file. So yes, it is not an affidavit, but it is part of the contents of the file that has been placed in front of us for us to be able to use to vet the nominee. And also, I believe the nominee is able and capable of answering even allegations, because that's basically why we are here. Thank you, Chair.
You know, the standing orders is very clear that any member of the public who wishes to bring to the attention of the committee anything adverse against a nominee must bring it by way of affidavit. The clerk tells me that out of exuberance, they decided to pass on to the nominees even materials that were not admissible under the standing orders. So to the extent that that is an email, Robert, we rule that it's inadmissible. Let's deal with the affidavits that are on record, and we have furnished them to the nominee. I believe you got them, Moses?
Yes, I did, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Did you or did you not waive money that you had received a bribe from Kimunya? I think that is what Ichungo was asking.
Chair, I think when I waived the money, I did not say it was from Kimunya. I was only pointing out that there has been efforts to control Parliament from outside. And I believe Parliament is a very important institution. And if I am approved by this House Chair, I will do everything possible to ensure that for those of us in executive, leave Parliament to do its own work.
Are you waiving your own money?
Yes, I was waiving my own money.
It's batch of 4.
Chair, I think I have some questions I didn't answer.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to dispense on chapter 6 issues. So that,
the remaining questions?
Yes. So on the question by Honorable Shongwa about Ethiopia, indeed, as a very pertinent issue. Ethiopia is a huge market, 120 million in population. It represents a very big opportunity for Kenya in terms of matters trade. And not just Ethiopia, the whole of Africa is a very huge opportunity. Kenya has deposited all the instruments under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And if I'm approved by this House, one of my priority areas is to ensure that Kenya exploits the huge potential of intra-Africa trade. Currently, intra-Africa trade is only 19%, and this is a conversation we'll be having with my colleagues across Africa to be able to raise this percentage to somewhere even in the region of our East African community, intra-regional trade, which is now standing at 45%. Only 2 weeks ago, I was in Ethiopia as part of President William Ruto's delegation when we launched Safaricom Ethiopia. Again, a very important milestone there. We did even push for Safaricom Ethiopia to get its mobile money business there. And the issue of Safaricom and M-Pesa enabling trade and enabling us to trade within each other is very important. I look forward to working with our side and Ethiopian side to be able to even work to ensure that we can use our local currencies for trade. Both countries, Kenya and Ethiopia, are having some challenges on the forex market. And so there exist opportunities for us to use our local currencies for trade. We have now around 35 countries have deposited instruments within the ACFTA, and indeed opportunities really do abound. Again, 2.5 weeks ago, Kenya did flag off, President Ruto did flag off the first consignment of tea to Ghana under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Mechanism. President Ramaphosa is expected here in the next few weeks in this endeavor of ensuring that Africa, before we look for markets beyond our borders, we exploit what exists here. I've been a question about our traders in the informal sector, in Nyamakema, in all other areas. And it's true that our business community and traders have gone through very difficult times having their goods auctioned. We've had before presidential events for banning of goods. Not before you used to have banning of ivory and such kind of things. Now we've had presidential events for banning of goods, and what I would want to assure our business community that if I'm approved for this position, I will ensure that our people are free to do business and to have an environment where they are not. We have to stop the culture of criminalizing enterprise, and that's why we say as Kenya Kwanza that every hustle matters. The question by Honorable Junet Mohammed about counterfeit is very important. But let me say this about counterfeit. If I have had this discussion with our anti-counterfeit agency, I would wish that the efforts we extend to fight counterfeit is for protecting local manufacturers. And if I'm approved for this position, I'll do everything possible to protect local manufacturers. We have to grow our manufacturing. Our current GDP contribution from manufacturing is 7.5%. This is not acceptable. And it is my endeavor to see this grow to 20%. So in doing this, we have to protect our local manufacturers. Now, does our current effort of fighting counterfeit protect local manufacturers? Yes and no. In most cases, you will find that our fight against counterfeit is for protecting holders of IP for imported goods, not for local manufacturing. I have one example where some 2 weeks ago, I got a call from a certain member of parliament about to asking for some opinion or some help, because some people, some of youth from his constituency had been arrested for selling some shoes which go by the name of Timberland, which was said to be counterfeited. And I was wondering, and I had to ask my son, because I'm not very conversant with this brand, how would I know, as a cabinet secretary nominee even, genuine Timberland, which is not manufactured here in Kenya, and imported Timberland? And I would wish that that effort, or those boys who are arrested for counterfeiting butter shoes, so that we know we are protecting our butter shoe factory and the jobs which are there. So we need to look at this issue of counterfeit and ask ourselves, are we just protecting holders of IP, foreign IP, or are we protecting local industry? If it is about protecting local industry, we will do everything possible. If it is just about protecting foreign IP, this is a conversation we are going to open with holders of foreign IPs. And I'm glad that that member, without trying to influence this committee, who asked me for this help, the honorable member for Nakuru East is in this committee. So because we need to have this conversation and be able to separate, is it counterfeit or substandard? For substandard, we are going to use all efforts possible to stop substandard goods and believe in ourselves as a country. I have expressed my intention, Mr. Chair. We now have pre-shipment inspection that happens in other countries. And by the way, we do spend a lot of our money, dollars, foreign currency that we don't have, to some very young companies in China and other countries. It is my assumption that before these goods come to this country, because our pre-shipment inspection is done there, shouldn't we have inspected for counterfeit there, much as we inspect for standards here? Why do we let a container come all the way from Guangzhou in China, come here, and then when it comes here, we talk about counterfeit? I have expressed intention to open a window of pre-shipment inspection and post-shipment inspection. If you choose to have your goods inspected in China, you will have them inspected in China. Also, I'm going to open a window to have these goods inspected here, so that we can take responsibility for our own. And maybe if inspection is happening in Mombasa, that is more business for the people of Mombasa, more jobs for the people of Mombasa. Most importantly, to stop the hemorrhage of foreign currency when we send this for inspection. So we are going to look at all this, look at counterfeit within the context of doing the most important thing, protecting our local manufacturers so they can protect our jobs, and growing manufacturing to 20% of GDP by the year 2030. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Owen, everybody. Your name is everybody. Mukami, Ferdinand, Murugara, after Owen. I'll just, since everybody wants, I'll just give everybody.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker and Chair. On Moses Kuria, as you wait for confirmation to take office, I would like to know your thoughts on the African Growth and Opportunities Act and the expansion of EPZ. The Kenya Kwanza manifesto talks about job creation, and EPZ has been one of those instruments that we have used through the AGOA Treaty to actually expand and increase jobs within the country. But again, there are challenges. A lot of investors who would want to come here and actually invest within EPZ and AGOA have issues of land. Where do they get land? the cost of land in this country to set up factories and manufacturing is exorbitant. It's prohibitive. It makes investors not want to go into this. How will you restructure EPZ such that there is availability of land, that we take advantage of the opportunities offered, bring in more manufacturing, save the foreign currency, like you're saying, and also take care of the welfare of the people who work within EPZ so that they feel that they're properly employed. Thank you.
Mukami.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations to the nominee, Moses Kuria. I know you have what it takes considering you're in this industry. I served in Trade Committee last term, and trade and industry, there were so many challenges. Moses, I want to ask you, what are some of the policies you put in place to promote agro-processing, value addition, and diversification of products by Kenyans farmers? You remember when we are going out to this country, we were telling our farmers that we are going to make sure that they will have guaranteed minimum return for their tea, for their coffee, for their milk. Another question, what measures will you take to ensure that all the stored projects, because there are so many projects which are stored, because trade and industry, we were not getting money, there was no budget for that. What are you going to do to make sure that you give them priority to finish those projects? Thank you.
Ndugu Moses Kuria, you're up with the task. I'm just asking, we have a lot of unemployment in this country, particularly the youths. We've had even university graduates roaming around the streets, and some of them are doing informal businesses. How are you going to help us in your ministry, if you are taken, to be able to have these youths? Some of them are still, in fact, when you go in my area, you find some of them. But I saw one guy who has done masters in physical sciences, and it was on the TV, all the way from Siaya, actually making clothes, sewing clothes. So what would you have as a ministry to be able to enable these youths actually get employment?
Rugara.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, first and foremost, I think you've told us that maybe last week, His Excellency the President flagged off some crop produce to Ghana. Yes. My question is on trade. How do we brand our produce which we are exporting such that we do not have other people branding our produce as their own and selling it at better prices than we are doing, because that may be one contributor of the imbalance in trade. Number two.
Entitled to one question.
Sorry. Sorry, let me, the real one now is here. I represent a rural constituency. The real question, that was for Kenya now. Let me ask you something for Tharaka. I represent a rural constituency. We've talked of unemployment. We've talked of everything that is negative about rural constituencies. And I would like to hear from you, what plans do you have in terms of investment and industry in rural areas and rural towns and markets, including Marimanti, which you know very well in Tharaka, so that those who live down there do not feel that it's only a rural-urban migration that can assist them procure jobs, but we would, as a government, be taking jobs to those people in those rural areas.
Moses, those are 4. Let me add Dawood to make 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend Moses, one of the key pledges of Kenya Kwanza manifesto is the decriminalization of small enterprises and small traders who have suffered the harassment by county government officials. What steps would your ministry take to create viable markets within various towns and promote small-scale traders, including the youths who would want to establish businesses, but innovation is lacking. Innovation is there, but funds for innovation expansion is lacking. So how would you create those policies so that they can make factories? We can do the factories, what are they in China or wherever, in Kenya and in the rural areas, together with Mukami's question of agro-processing. What would you do regarding value addition to Mira in locally and in the diaspora? Thank you.
You can answer those 5, Moses.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Owen Bayer has asked a very important question about AGOA, the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. This act is coming to a close in 2025. As in my submission to Parliament, you've seen that I'm a player within AGOA, within EPZ. We now have 138 enterprises within that, so that's a space I know very well because I'm one of them. We have concern about AGOA extension. We are watching closely what is happening within the United States. We are supposed to be replacing AGOA with a bilateral agreement which has been in negotiation. It is not clear as we speak about the direction that the Biden administration is taking on AGOA, because there has been mixed signals whether AGOA is going to be extended, whether the Biden administration is still committed to the Trump administration's initiated bilateral agreement with Kenya. And this is a conversation which informally I've been having with the United States. It is pointing to two things. One, there's a likelihood that we are going to have a stopgap sort of agreement, what we are calling the Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership, STIP, with the United States, as we seek more clarity on the direction to take on the bilateral agreement. But on AGOA itself, we are going to have, if I'm approved by this House, a trade conference, meeting of African ministers later this year. And Kenya is going to push for a common position for Africa that we have to have AGOA extended. Like all agreements, they are also subject to local politics. So by that time, I think in the next 2-3 weeks, we are going to have the midterm elections in the U.S., something which I'll be watching very closely to see which direction the Congress takes. But irrespective of whatever happens, Africa and Kenya being on the front line is going to ask that we take a common African position, and that is that AGOA is not going anywhere. So we will be coming back to this House to seek support, even as we deal with the other legislatures within the African continent, and to also express strongly the desire of Kenyan people and the African people that this act is very useful. It has grown jobs. We are exporting quite a lot under AGOA. We have not even exploited the list of products and services that can be exported within AGOA. So short answer is whether we are going for bilateral or not bilateral, whether we are going for the short-term strategic initiative or not, it is my commitment and the commitment of President William Ruto to push within the African context that we are able to ring fence and protect AGOA. He has also asked another important question about the EPZ and the special economic zone. And I think another question has been asked about the cost of land for the EPZ. By the way, we don't have shortage of land for manufacturing. What we have is a lot of EPZ allocated in most of the counties that has not been developed. And I've had this discussion with the president, and we have agreed that we are going to fast-track development of every idle space. Because of the political problems that our neighbors in Ethiopia went through, most of the Ethiopia was suspended from AGOA, and so therefore all that there's a lot of demand for industrial space within the EPZ. Sri Lanka had similar problems, which also lowered their exports, especially to key markets like the United States. So to be able to take advantage of this upsurge in demand, especially from the US and key markets like China and Europe, it is our desire that we are going to develop every available space. At the same breath, we have got two flagship, let me call them three. One is not very apparent. We have got a Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone in Kwale County, which it is our, I'm a very firm instruction from the President that upon approval by this Parliament, we have to make Dongo Kundu move from paper to practice, to take it off so that we can be able to create jobs. The Naivasha Special Economic Zone as well. We are going to see a lot of activities in that area to take it off the ground. We have got investors who have come in with proposals. I think the immediate past government did flag off one of the major investment projects in Naivasha from Turkish investors. And other economic zones, special economic zones, Konza Development City, which doesn't appear like an economic zone, but actually is a special economic zone that if I'm approved by this House, I am going to be working very hard around the clock to bring in global technology companies within the Konza Technopolis. Two new planned special economic zones. One is a Railway City Development Authority right here in Nairobi, adjacent to the railway, which we hope to be our masterpiece for new urbanization, and the Nairobi International Financial Center to bring together the world leading financial institutions. So these are the public special economic zones. But also our people and also foreign investors have trooped